Good evening, everyone. I'd like to bring this City Council meeting to order of February the 18th, 2025. If you'll all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We can do roll call at the City Council.
Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan.
Here.
And Mayor Perotti.
Here. Okay, at this time, I'd like to bring up our Spanish interpretation. Is it?
No.
That's not good.
Well, I will try to. Oh,
Okay.
there you go. So, good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Solo para hacerles saber que tenemos interpretación de inglés a español para aquellas personas que deseen escuchar toda la sesión en español. Tenemos aparatos para ustedes. Solo lo que tienen que hacer es levantar la mano y les pasaremos uno de estos aparatos. Just to let you know that we have interpretation from English into Spanish for the whole session. So if you want to do that, please raise your hand, and I'm going to hand you one of these devices so you can be able to listen to this session in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll have public forum. Anybody would like to address anything that's not on our agenda this evening, but within our jurisdiction?
Yes, if any member of the public within the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to public forum, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay, no speakers from the audience?
And no speaker slips from the
Okay,
audience.
thank you. Then we'll go on to amendments or adjustments to our agenda, City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. There's no adjustments to the agenda, but I can move into City Manager report if you'd like.
Please do.
So council might recall 2 weeks ago at the meeting during City Manager's update, comments were made about an event that happened 3 weeks ago, I think, where members of the community saw ICE representatives in the city. There was articles in the news, and there was just a lot of general concern, and council members were receiving comments and questions from members of the community. I made a few comments about kind of the city's role and what we do and what we don't do. Several of you, all of you, I think, made comments as well, and we agreed at that meeting that we would come back in 2 weeks and have a representative from our sheriff department, since we contract with the county sheriff, to make a few comments. Things are moving very fast, and they're adapting and figuring it out as they go, just like we are. And so we did invite our chief of police, Frank Vasquez, to come make comments about what he knows, what's going on at the sheriff's department, what their general approach is, and then maybe take any questions that council members have. So with that, I'll invite Frank to come up.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Nisbet, and good evening, council members. My name is Frank Vasquez. I'm a lieutenant with the Sheriff's Office, and I'm assigned as the Goleta's Chief of Police. I've been employed with the Sheriff's Office for about 20 years and kind of see some ebb and flows in changes of how we do business. I was invited here tonight to talk about the Sheriff's Office role in the ICE enforcement, or the ICE game that's been going on real recently, and quite frankly, doing all reviews and looking at how we're doing business, it's actually really short. We don't really have a role in it. From the sheriff himself, he wants our message to be simple and clear. Our role as local law enforcement officers is to protect and serve everyone in our community, including undocumented immigrants. So it's pretty short and sweet. That's his vision. That's his mission, his directive to all of us in the department. To serve and protect everybody. We want everybody to come up to us and feel safe knowing that they need to report a crime, or they've been a victim or a witness to a crime, or just a public comment or public engagement, coffee with cops, and all those things that we do. We want them to feel comfortable coming up to us and addressing us. That's just one of the tenets of the Sheriff's vision. And I like to say that it's also emboldened by the California SB 54, which is the Truth and Values Act, which basically prohibits us from engaging in any kind of immigration enforcement, providing any resources to the enforcement. And I kind of jotted down a list to make it kind of to the point. So on the law enforcement side, that's the patrol side, that's the side that most people come in contact with. We don't investigate any kind of immigration laws or violations. We don't enforce them. Sheriff deputies will not ask an individual their immigration status. The Sheriff's Office does not contract with the federal government to detain individuals for immigration violations. The Sheriff's Office does not hold individuals based on federal detainer warrants. The use of resources for purposes of immigration enforcement is prohibited. Sheriff deputies do not use immigration officers for translation services. The Sheriff's Office does not share personal identifying information for immigration enforcement. We do have some other ancillary bureaus within our department which are investigative in nature, and they don't involve themselves in force or report to immigration enforcement. In our jails, we will not transfer an individual to immigration authorities unless authorized by a judicial warrant or based upon a qualifying conviction as per state law. That's that SB 54 I mentioned earlier. The Sheriff's Office will not provide information regarding an individual's release date or respond to requests for notification to provide said release date or other information unless that information is available to the public or is a qualifying conviction as stated above in that SB 54. That's the violent offenders, violent crimes. Outside law enforcement agencies, including Customs, Immigration, and Enforcement, agents do not have free access to our facilities. So when they come to visit our facilities, they need to check in, they're escorted, and they're walked around. So they don't have free access to our facilities. The Sheriff's Office does not provide dedicated office space for immigration activities. And then for any transparency built into SB 54, it does require the sheriff to report yearly to the Board of Supervisors on those statistics, the requests that were denied, the requests that were held. And that last posting was done in December or on December 17th, 2024 at the Board of Supervisors hearing. And if anybody's curious about the contents of that hearing or those stats provided within that hearing, I would encourage you to go to the County Board of Supervisors website to find that. So pretty short and sweet. That's kind of what we do. We want our communities to feel safe. We want them to be encouraged to talk to us and our city members because we're just one big happy family. We don't care where you're from or who you are. And with that, are there any questions?
I'm sure we'll have questions from council and possibly the audience. I have a question. I always thought that ICE did have access to your facility. I thought they even had an office. Maybe that was misinformation.
That was pre-SB 54.
Okay.
I think when I started 20 years ago, they had an office at the main jail that was usually vacant, and that has since gone away.
Okay. Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you, Lieutenant Vasquez, for being here. I don't necessarily have a question, but a comment. Thank you for being here and for clarifying so much of that. One of the questions or issues that I was going to bring forward that I've heard from community members is something you touched on, which is the worry around reporting a crime or participating in an investigation. Perhaps they've been a witness to a crime and just being worried about that interaction with local law enforcement. So I appreciate your comments on that. We, of course, want to do everything we can to encourage residents to feel comfortable, feel safe calling on law enforcement if they need to. So I think that's work that we continue to do to ensure that that continues to happen so that folks do feel comfortable reporting a crime and that they know you and your team. So thank you for acknowledging that and referencing it in your comments.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Caston.
Yeah, thank you. So I was curious, the term sanctuary city is used a lot, and it sounds like to a certain degree that the elements of what defines a sanctuary city are essentially reflective of the policies that we have in terms of not acting as an agent of ICE, in essence, in identifying and transferring undocumented people. Are you familiar with, what people talk about sanctuary cities and how what we have is similar or different?
Yes, Councilmember Kasdan. in broad terms, sanctuary cities, it's a place for people to hang out and hide, right? They're untouchable. They're provided resources, and the federal government can't come and get them. By that, there's no physical protection. Those are really the allocations or the restrictions of resources to move that mission forward. So as a sanctuary city, the way I understand it is basically it's a city stance pre or post SB 54, the Values Act, that basically says, we're not going to help. If you're going to come in, you're going to come in on your own. We're not going to use our resources to help you. Those would be city resources, county resources, state resources, and law enforcement is one of those resources, as is city government. That's how I understand it.
But in other words, it's especially that local police, city, county, aren't going to act on behalf of ICE in terms of advancing ICE's mission in holding and transferring people to ICE when they're simply undocumented.
Correct, except in very limited circumstances.
Right, where there's some
Circumstances or exceptions.
criminality involved.
Yes, sir.
So really, in some ways, without having the onus by the Trump administration of, sort of being identified in this way, we have the policies really consistent with a sanctuary city. Is that?
I'm not sure if it would be fair to say policies, but I would definitely agree that we're in line with the law. And the law under SB 54 is pretty specific on what we're allowed to do or not do.
Right.
So by following the guidance in the law, it may or may not make us consistent with the values of any city or anywhere we work.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Carriaco?
Sure. Just a comment and a question. I mean, I guess the comment is, regardless of perhaps where we are on the continuum that Councilmember Kasdan was referencing, I think it's safe to say that we're not, at least in this town, going down the road of Huntington Beach and being an anti-sanctuary city. So I think that's reassuring for people that live and work and recreate and shop in Goleta. My question, when you were speaking earlier and you're kind of going through what you termed your short and sweet list of things, you talked about there not being dedicated space for ICE, and I think you said in the jail, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Are there dedicated spaces that are sort of general spaces for your different law enforcement partners if they are asking for a place to kind of hang out and do work, if it's Border Patrol or Treasury or just any other paramilitary law enforcement agency? Are there dedicated spaces that are just kind of general float spaces, first come, first serve?
We have professional staff space, so if attorneys come out, mental health workers, providers, they need a one-on-one with anybody incarcerated or any inmates, we'd have those spaces. And anytime we have an outside agency, whether it be Santa Maria PD or anybody from the federal government, they're afforded the same opportunities as a professional visitor would have.
Okay. And those spaces, those are paid for with state dollars?
I'm not assigned to the jail function, so I'm not real familiar of the allocation of their funds.
If ICE representatives, ICE agents wanted to work within those spaces, would they be prohibited by SB 54 or would they be allowed?
If you're talking about work like a day-to-day function, I would say more than likely not. However, if they were there for an official function, for like an official function like an interview or something like that, I think that's evaluated through the chain of command. It's not arbitrarily given to them.
Okay, so there are scenarios where ICE would be permitted to come into these spaces and perform different activities?
Yes, sir, and they'd be probably the same areas that you would be allowed to visit if you need to come in and do a professional visit. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Smith?
Lieutenant, thank you for your comments. I think we all share the concern that if people are afraid to report crimes, it makes all of us less safe. And I think as a council, we share that concern. One question I had was I understand that there is some information that's publicly available on the website, I believe, about people who may be at the jail, or can you clarify in terms of, my general understanding is there's some degree of just publicly available information.
Yes, Councilmember Smith. Through the sheriff's website, there is a who's in custody option. that you could put information and determine if someone's in custody or not.
So that resource would be available to the general public and potentially available to federal immigration agents?
Correct. Anybody with internet access.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm wondering if there's any speakers from the public or on Zoom.
Yes, anyone on the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing none and I have no speaker slips, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I have a question more for staff. You know, it's great that we're having this, and it will be, you know, on Channel 19, but not everybody that really needs to see this will be seeing it. So I'm wondering, is the city, you know, other organizations have handouts so they can give our folks that are concerned information? Is that something we can make available at our library, in the at City Hall, community center? I'm just trying to think. School, maybe.
Madam Mayor, we certainly could. And after the meeting 2 weeks ago, we did prop up a page on our website and put some information there, and we can continue to add to that. But if Ms. Hoover would come up, maybe she could make some additional comments. I think it would be possible to take the clip of the presentation we just received from Frank and put that on our website too, for example. So maybe there's other ideas, but Ms. Hoover, if you have any other things that we can do to meet this need.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking more hard copies.
Madam Mayor, Council, I know there's the Know Your Rights card, and they're the red cards. We could have those available at the Goleta Community Center and also at the library and here at City Hall. And we could also take a clip of the presentation from Lieutenant Vasquez and have that available on our website, and we could also send that out as well.
Okay, that would be helpful. Councilmember Smith? Oh, okay. Councilmember Kasdan?
Yeah, I was wondering, let you get away.
Sorry.
How challenging would it be to have a spot for Radio Bronco? Something like that, or Spanish radio?
Oh, Radio Bronco. That we would have a spot?
Yeah, with this material or some content like this that would have whether it's Know Your Rights or whether it's this, you know, what we're doing, but that seems like, as I understand it, it's not expensive to broadcast, but it would be a challenge to create the piece for you. I guess if you could think about it.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan. I will definitely look into that. I know Marcos Martinez has good relationships with Radio Bronco, and it's something we could look into.
Thanks.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
I just wanted to add it. I'm sure Marcos can verify. I'm pretty sure there are already PSAs or public service announcements happening on Radio Bronco from local nonprofits sharing a lot of that information.
Great. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your report and filling us in, and I appreciate you taking your time to be here this evening, answering our questions. Okay, moving on to consent calendar.
Yes, that will be item A1, approval of the City Council Goleta Facilities Financing Authority meeting minutes of February 4, 2025. Item A2, authorize for bids for the San Jose Creek Multipurpose Path Northern and Southern Segments Project. Item A3, temporary on-street parking restrictions for the 2025 Isla Vista Deltopia event. And item A4, agreement for professional services with Partners in Housing Solutions for landlord recruitment and the placement of formerly homeless tenants.
Thank you. Council, wish to pull any item?
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember Kasdan, Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan.
Thank you. No, I guess I'd just like to hear more about the landlord-tenant one, just not that I'm not opposing it or anything. I just think
A4?
that it would, yeah, A4, just to hear for all of our edification.
We could take that one now. Would you read that into, into the
Yes, that
record?
is item A4, agreement for professional services with Partners in Housing Solutions for landlord recruitment and the placement of formerly homeless tenants.
Thought I'd get away. No. Madam Mayor, council member. This was a proposal that came out of presentations that we'd made, I think, back in the fall regarding updates and fine-tuning of the homelessness strategic plan. This particular program fits very well within the strategic plan, specifically in terms of providing housing opportunities for people who are experiencing homelessness. The contract was put out to bid actually last June. We only had one respondent, Partners in Housing Solutions. They're actually here to answer questions if need be. Specifically, it's a 3-year effort to house 25 people and provide support to landlords and to the residents themselves to make sure that it's a good fit and they can stay in the housing. Partners in Housing Solutions has been recruiting and training and supporting landlords now for a number of years. I don't know the exact experience. They can share that. We're pleased, excited to have them work specifically with our residents here in Goleta. I just found out from them that this is not something that's been done before by any city to make a specific ask for work within the city limits. So we're kind of the first taking this on. It's a well-established practice to cultivate landlords and bring them together with tenants. Both housing authorities do this for their Section 8 programs. New Beginnings, Good Samaritan all have landlord rosters that they work with. So this has been going on for at least 10 years that I've been in Santa Barbara. But what's unique and specific about Partners in Housing Solutions is that they work with the nonprofits who are currently engaging with clients, and they get referrals, and there's a warm handoff, and it's a really fluid process that helps transition the person into housing. These folks are not the hardest to serve. Typically, they tend to be people that have some income or that have a voucher. But even so, it's difficult for people in this market to find housing. So they're happy to. They're here. They're happy to answer any questions that you have. It's a 3-year, $297,000 program, spaced out to allow for each year for people to be placed, and then the 3rd year is a retention period.
I had a couple of follow-up. First, so you described some of the challenges that people have even with Section 8 housing. What is that? Could you explain?
Yeah, so up until, I'm looking at my notes here, up until the California Employment and Housing Act passed, which I believe was 2 years ago, you could put on an ad, no Section 8 accepted. So that was a standard way for landlords to not have to deal with subsidized rent, and they could be a little more discriminatory in terms of who they choose to rent to. The legislature passed a rule that said they can't discriminate based on source of income. So this theoretically removes a barrier for people who have access to rental assistance. The other problem is the stigma around homelessness. I mean, people typically don't go to a landlord and say, yeah, I just came off the streets and I want an apartment. But it's important, I think, to have an intermediary and support both for the residents and for the landlords so that everybody feels more comfortable. And Partners in Housing Solutions provides a number of different ways to incentivize landlords, including protection from damages. There's a variety of programs that they utilize to support the landlords. So again, they could talk more eloquently about it than I can, but it's from what I've been observing, and I've been watching their evolution for 10 years, they're a very strong program.
Well, I guess, and I don't know if this is a question for you or for them, but in a sense, so we have this funding, and we're deciding where to allocate it. We've done previously projects where we build our own, in essence, like Buena Tierra. Strikes me that can be pretty expensive in comparison to this sort of thing where we're just working with landlords to place people. Is that sound accurate, that this is a really, in my mind, sounds like a really cost-effective way to be able to place people in housing?
Ideally, it's the best way. So yes, I agree with you completely. Building housing specifically for specific populations and new construction and even rehab is extremely expensive. If the housing exists, ideally people should be able to go into any housing they can afford. And then just on a per person basis, I don't have the number in my head, but it's significantly less than what we recently allocated on a per person basis to other housing projects. So yes, to answer your question.
And do we have a bunch of people in the pipeline, so to speak, who are kind of, there we go. Make your visit here worthwhile.
Good evening. My name is Alma Harmson. I'm the Executive Director at Partners in Housing Solutions. And to answer your question, yes, there are a lot of people in the pipeline. And in order to unclog, per se, the pipeline, it's to get folks housed. And the beauty of this project is getting those folks that have, the income, the viability of becoming self-sufficient, out of programs that perhaps folks who are more vulnerable, and who need more services can take advantage of, and we can get those folks who are essentially ready to go and into housing quicker. On average, Partners in Housing Solutions houses folks within 3 months from them being referred to our program, and on average in Santa Barbara County, folks who are experiencing homelessness are homeless for about 5 years. So, we work really hard. 100% of our time and resources are dedicated to getting people into housing and housing only. So we have a vast network of partners that we do this with. We don't do it alone, but we've streamlined a process that has been really effective, and so we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. I'm guessing the challenge is assuring the landlord, say if you're looking at vouchers, what does that mean? I don't think a lot of landlords really understand the voucher system, and is that really a big part of it, is working with helping them understand? I know the city of Santa Barbara a while ago, they were doing a lot of commercials about it. I don't know how effective that was, but...
Yes, so part of it is educating landlords, not just about Section 8, but about programs in general, like rapid rehousing programs and different resources that folks who are unhoused, have access to, and just, explaining it to them in a way that makes sense for their business, right? This is, for a lot of folks, this is their livelihood. So we want to make sure that what we're presenting makes sense on a business level for them, while also considering that these folks, have the same rights and opportunities that anyone else has. So a lot of it is education for the landlord.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. Do we have any other questions? Questions from the public?
Yes, members of the public on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I do have a speaker slip for item A2.
Okay, let's just take this item first, and then we'll
this
go
item?
see if there's any other item to be pulled.
This item? Okay. So I do have a speaker slip. Bart Bader.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not all that familiar with this, but my question is, if I
Can you come up closer to the microphone?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
My question is, it says this is going to cover 25 people, and it's going to cost us, what, $400,000? How long does it cover them for? And is this, if you do the math, is that the best way to spend our money? Are you with me, or?
Good question. Yeah. Can,
Are my numbers wrong?
who wants to take this one? Chuck.
So the contract is a 3-year, $297,000 contract. It's not rental assistance. So one of the things that is of concern to the public, obviously, is if we're paying someone's rent in perpetuity. In this case, the rent vouchers, if they have a voucher, come from the federal government. Rental assistance can often be a grant. So short-term rental assistance can often be a grant also that comes from the federal government or sometimes the state. So we wouldn't be asking for any rental assistance or anything ongoing. And many of the costs associated with this are really to cover salary, also to provide insurance of $3,000, up to $3,000 for risk reduction for landlords, and costs associated with placing and for case managing. One point to note too is that the Housing Authority's track record on housing homeless people, while we love them and really appreciate all the housing they're doing, we currently have a bit of an eviction problem. About 20% of people are getting evicted from subsidized housing in our county, and it's something that we're in the continuum of care really focused on. It was something I specifically asked Partners in Housing Solutions, and their fallout rate is about 8%. So a really significant support for people involved. And so what we're talking about is really ending homelessness for this population.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Sure, Chuck, if you could just stay real quick. So I just want to check my math. So it's $297,000 over 3 years. That's 36 months. That's about $8,250 a month to cultivate landlords, try and get people that if they stay on the streets and they become a law enforcement problem will cost us a lot more than $8,250 a month. Is that basically it?
I don't know all the costs associated, but that's
I just
often
did
the case.
297,000 divided by 36. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kasdan.
Yeah, I was just going to add one other thing, that some of the money, as far as the cost effectiveness, some of the money that you described is going for the security deposit, right? So that means it's just held there, but it doesn't mean it's lost. We might be getting it back after 3 years, assuming there's no damages.
There's not a cost recovery in this program. I think we expect that $297,000 would be spent by the end of the 3-year process. So it's not that any money that went back to a tenant when they moved on would go to the tenant.
No, not.
Yeah.
Right, but and money that goes for a security deposit may or may not be used at that time. Well, it's for the insurance pays for the security deposit, I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flax. Any other questions? No? Okay. I'm going to then ask if there's anybody, before we take a motion on the consent calendar, if there's anybody that would like to speak to any of the other items on consent?
Yes, I do have a public speaker slip for item A2 for Richard Foster. And last call for those of you on the webinar, please use the raised hand icon if you want to speak to the consent calendar.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members, and actually I'm pretty glad to be on this side of the podium. You probably are too. You know, on A2, the bicycle path thing, it's not that it's a lovely bike, not a lovely bike path, and I will say staff has done an incredible job of getting grant money, but if I read it right, you're still dumping $11 million of the city's money from a bond measure or something into this, which, you know, in 2022, we were told we were going to fix our roads with our sales tax money, and yet last year we barely spent enough money to cover what the basic maintenance was. A year ago, January, Joe Rire of Pavement Engineering told you had to spend about $7.8 million a year just to stay even, and I think we spent $8 million last year. He said at that time you had to spend $14 million a year for the next decade to get up to your 67 level. And the other day he told it had to be $25.1 million for the next decade. I mean, we went like, what, $130 million in the hole in the last year? At some point, you're going to have to start saying no, even though it looks great to have all this bond money and all this gift money to keep draining money out of it. People want to see things that benefit everybody, not just a bike path. But it's on the consent agenda, so I have no doubt it's going to pass tonight. But it really is a continuing of heading us down a fiscal path that is not sustainable in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
No more speakers.
Okay. Then I would like to entertain a motion. Who would like to make the motion for,
I'll move approval.
okay, for the consent calendar? Who's second? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem? Roll call vote, please.
Yes, council members, do please lock in your vote. Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kyriaco.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan.
Aye.
And Mayor Perotti.
Aye. It's unanimous. Ayes have it. Okay. Did you put in your, did you lock it in? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It said waiting, I thought. Oh. Okay. Okay, we have 2 presentations.
Yes, Madam Mayor, the first presentation is item B1, Certificate of Recognition, California Highway Patrol Officer Ricardo Ayala.
And I've asked Councilmember Carriaco to present this one.
Good evening. I'd like to go ahead and read this into the record. The City Council of the City of Goleta, California presents the Certificate of Recognition to California Highway Patrol Officer Ricardo Ayala. On January 29th, 2025, while Officer Ayala was conducting a routine enforcement stop just north of US 101, a sudden explosion rocked the air. Officer Ayala abandoned the traffic stop, immediately approached the site, and saw the crashed plane engulfed in flames. Officer Ayala, and I'm going to emphasize this part, jumped a chain link freeway perimeter fence. Let me repeat that. Officer Ayala jumped a chain link freeway perimeter fence, sprinted towards the burning plane, and pulled the injured pilot away while the passenger managed to self-extricate from the aircraft. Just as they managed to stumble a few yards to safety, an explosion erupted behind them. Because of Officer Ayala's quick thinking, bravery, and decisiveness as a first responder, his actions resulted in saving lives from the airplane crash. Officer Ayala is a testament to the unwavering dedication of public safety service and to those who risk their lives to save others. The City Council of the City of Goleta proudly honors California Highway Patrol Officer Ricardo Ayala, approved on the 18th day of February 2025 and signed by our Mayor, Paula Prodi.
Yes.
I think we want to see it.
This is Ricardo's moment. Let him have the. It's not bad. Yeah. No, it's great.
Running is my strongest.
Well, I'll say a few things about Ricardo.
Can you go to the microphone? Everybody can hear.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. So, on behalf of Ricardo, Officer Ayala, I'm his commanding officer, Captain Mike Logie from the Santa Barbara Goleta office here. As you all know, you read the citation, and these are the moments where people are made, and then other people respond, or they don't respond, and other people benefit. And all I can say is Ricardo's a very humble person, and he would not want any attention drawn to him for doing the things. I'm very proud of him. You know, the moment and the acts that he did in that thought, without even thinking, just responding and reacting based on his training, who he is as a person, to go and save, you know, two people's lives. There's more to the story than, you know, than kind of what's out there in the public. But Ricardo will just say, hey, it's another day at the office. It was anybody else would do the same thing that I did. Being in this business for a long time and being in the public, it's not always the case. So I recognize Ricardo for his conspicuous bravery on this particular day. And, you know, we're all grateful for it. And I know Cameron and Hannah, the two pilots of the aircraft, are also very grateful, and as well as their family. So hats off to you, Officer Ayala. And thank you, Council, for recognizing our officer for his words and his acts. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'll say one word. Thank you.
I bet you'd think you're not a hero, but
No, ma'am.
we know you are, and we know that law enforcement and all the things that Highway Patrol, the sheriff, the fire, all our first responders are heroes. And but
you, ma'am.
you saw the opportunity and you just did it, and wow.
That's what I signed up for. So
I saw the video of you running to that plane. It was just amazing. I wish we had it to show.
ma'am,
So
thank
you're
you.
my hero.
Thank you.
Thank you
for your time.
You're our hero. Thank you. Okay.
Public speakers?
Oh, public speakers.
If anyone within the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. And I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to the next presentation.
And that is item B2, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, proclaiming February 23rd through March 1, 2025 as Peace Corps Week.
And Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan will present this.
Nice to see you. So here's a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, proclaiming February 23rd through March 1st, 2025 as Peace Corps Week in the City of Goleta. Former Peace Corps volunteers, as a result, get free coffee in all the shops, free sandwiches, and days off of work. Signed by sorry. Whereas the Peace Corps was established by President John F. Kennedy by executive order on March 1st, 1961, with a mission to promote world peace and friendship by fulfilling three goals. One, to help people of interested countries in meeting their need for trained men and women. Two, to help promote a better understanding of Americans on the part of the people served. And three, to promote a better understanding of other peoples on the part of Americans. And whereas the Peace Corps partners with communities abroad to develop sustainable solutions for the world's most pressing challenges, and its volunteers carry out people-to-people public service and citizen diplomacy at the grassroots level, addressing challenges in agriculture, community economic development, education, environment, health, and youth development across the globe. And whereas Peace Corps volunteers return home as global citizens with unique cross-cultural perspectives as well as leadership, language, teaching, and community development skills that provide value in today's global economy. And whereas today, 6 decades after its founding, with over 240,000 Americans having served as Peace Corps volunteers in 142 countries, the Peace Corps remains committed to its ideals, and its volunteers leave a legacy in the lives and the communities of the people they reach, educate, and inspire. And whereas the University of California, Santa Barbara has a long and solid history of producing Peace Corps volunteers, and Santa Barbara County has a strong presence of returned Peace Corps volunteers with an active local Peace Corps association. And whereas Peace Corps Week is an annual event commemorating President Kennedy's establishment of the Peace Corps on March 1st, 1961, celebrating all the ways that Peace Corps makes a difference at home and abroad while renewing the agency's commitment to service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in recognition of International Peace Corps Week and the 64th anniversary of the establishment of the Peace Corps, February 23rd, March 1st, 2025, is hereby proclaimed Peace Corps Week in the City of Goleta, and in doing so commends the Santa Barbara Peace Corps Association, the Los Angeles Regional Peace Corps Office, and the local returned Peace Corps volunteers for their roles in advancing the Peace Corps' mission locally in Santa Barbara County, signed by the mayor, Paula. So, congratulations. There you go. You want to? You want to come up?
And then all of us? Yeah.
Kelly?
Yeah.
You want to? We do our thing. Oh, come on back here.
Sure, you know this guy, right? Yeah.
There.
Thank you, Stuart. That was a mouthful. I'm Charles Feinstein. I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Peace Corps Association. We represent former Peace Corps volunteers in the Tri-County area. Our membership rolls consist of about a little over 500 former volunteers that we know about. Doubtless there are others who we don't know about. One of them, I should say, is Stuart Kasdan, who a long, long time ago served in Ecuador. I'm also joined here by my colleague, Naomi Kovacs, who served as a volunteer in the West African nation of Cameroon. Myself, I was a volunteer in Micronesia, which, contrary to popular belief, is not a disease, but a collection of islands in the North Pacific. I should say that, if you allow me, that perhaps the concept of service is not so popular these days, given what's in the headlines. But I do believe that for us former volunteers, that the Peace Corps experience and the concept and the service connected with it is something we believe in very deeply and found it very meaningful for our lives. And I could conclude by saying that perhaps the irony of the Peace Corps is that if you ask most any volunteer, they will tell you that they got more out of the experience than they felt that they gave. And that perhaps is the genius of the Peace Corps program. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers?
If anyone within the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. And I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item.
Yes, that is item C1, second reading of ordinance amending Title 15, Chapter 15.15 of the Goleta Municipal Code for an energy performance reach code.
Okay, I just want to remind everybody, this is a public hearing, so we just opened it up, and I will open the public hearing, and the staff will make their presentation. Council, if they have questions, will ask questions, and we'll take testimony from council and the public, staff responses, if any, and more council questions, and close the public testimony portion of the hearing. Council will go into deliberation, and then close the public hearing, and we will entertain a motion. Ms. Murray.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also want to say thank you for recognizing Peace Corps Week. I'm also a returned Peace Corps volunteer. So it's nice to hear the local sentiments. All right, so to get into business tonight, we have before you a shortened presentation from the presentation you had 2 weeks ago on the Energy Performance Reach Code. As a quick overview, this is reflective of a collaboration that we had with Santa Barbara County staff and technical experts. Also, this code is modeled after similar codes adopted by other California cities up until the past couple months. What this REACH code would do would modify the California Energy Code to improve energy performance of new construction in our city and also require electric readiness for new construction. A little history on process is that this came before the Green Committee in November, which recommended it go to council for adoption. We brought it to you on the 4th, where you unanimously passed first reading. A little background on REACH codes. These are local ordinances adopted by local governments like our city of Goleta that can exceed and enhance the state's green building standards. So all cities have state codes that bring local jurisdictions up to a certain level, and REACH codes can go beyond. In particular, for this REACH code, it alters the energy code, as we mentioned. And so one of the requirements of the energy code is that it cannot use, a REACH code, it cannot use more energy than the state code. A little background on building emissions, and the topic at hand is natural gas and fossil fuel use in buildings is a large source of greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. And limiting those fossil fuels in new buildings is really critical to avoiding the worsening climate change impacts like we've felt locally, from increased high heat events to increased severity of storms to wildfires, mudslides, coastal flooding, many of, unfortunately, that we've experienced in Goleta and Santa Barbara County. And you'll see many of those reflected in our findings in the ordinance. Also, new construction is the key time to really reduce embedded greenhouse gas emissions. It's the most cost-effective time. to really build things right rather than to get at them after they've already been built. For public engagement, as I mentioned, this particular code was a collaboration with the Santa Barbara County, but previously we were collaborating with the cities of Carpinteria and the city of Santa Barbara on the building electrification ordinance about 2 years ago. And so this builds upon the outreach and information that was shared during that process. What this code did, what we did on public outreach, we had presentations to several stakeholders groups, as well as a public workshop open to the public on January 14th, and then most recently, the city council meeting. There are requirements for energy reach codes, and that sets a different, this is different from the EV infrastructure reach code of last fall, as this must use no more energy than the energy code. Also, that these kind of reach codes have to be deemed cost effective. We have cost effectiveness studies as an attachment with the item. And these have also, we're in the same climate zone as the city of Santa Monica, and theirs has already been approved by the state. And so we also need to make findings that the reach code is needed for local reasons, which we have in our findings. And then this is the newer one. We can't require equipment that exceeds federal standards. That's that federal preemption that made us take a pause on the building electrification ordinance. And so this energy performance reach code has been shown in other jurisdictions in California to hold up legally, and they've been adopted for the past 1.5 years. On cost effectiveness, before I pass it on to my colleague, basically what these are is a lower upfront cost of construction compared to mixed fuel if people are building them fully electric, and that they're deemed cost effective when the value of the benefits exceed the cost. These studies are available in our packet and online, but also at local energy codes and the State Cost Effectiveness Explorer. And also after tonight's meeting, should council pass the second reading, we would not only file this REACH code with the California Buildings and Standards Commission, but we would also file it with the California Energy Commission, and they would bring it to their next business meeting. And then once approved there, then it would go into effect. So it's likely longer than our usual 30-day after an ordinance at City Council. With that, I'll pass it on to my colleague, Angeline.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. So quick overview of the ordinance, as we remember from the last time presenting. It essentially requires higher energy performance for new construction only. It reduces margins or exceptions for small single-family homes and ADUs, as smaller buildings are inherently more efficient. Takes a lot less to heat and to cool those spaces. And it encourages electrification, but also allows for natural gas in buildings, so allows for flexibility for buildings to kind of find the right solution that fits for them, be it through passive house design, better insulation for their homes, better windows, better doors, could be battery storage, could be extra solar. This essentially just builds upon what the state code is requiring and will likely require in the future. We also have a component for electric readiness for those space and water heating components, should a building choose to go with mixed fuels. For an overview of the scores, which is just more technical, we have for single-family residential an EDR1 compliance margin of at least 5 points for buildings that are greater than 1,500 square feet. So those bigger single-family homes will have an opportunity to design more efficiently than smaller ones, and so we bumped that down for those smaller buildings, less than 1,500 square feet, to have an EDR1 compliance margin of at least 2 points. And as a reminder, ADUs are exempt from this piece. For multifamily residential buildings, for low rise, since that's the makeup of what we've been seeing as far as applications under 4 stories in the city, there's a source energy compliance margin of at least 7%. And for non-residential, we've broken it out into several categories, including hotels, 7%, small restaurants, 2%, office buildings, 14%, and all other non-residential building types at 7% as well. For the electric readiness component, basically single-family projects using gas or propane furnaces, just requires wiring, reserved space in the electrical panel, and designated exterior space for future units. This is really keeping in mind that the state is likely to require and is aiming to require at time of use replacement in the future that that residents would have to switch to all electric. So, and switch to a future electric unit as opposed to having the option between both gas and electric. So this is really preparing for that future should that come to pass. But it is, from what we've heard, the state's intention to really begin implementing those time of use pieces post 2030 and likely through 2035. And for multifamily projects with individual gas water heaters, for each individual unit, just require a 125 volt receptacle and designated space for a future electric unit as well. And so, how does this work? For Title 24, there's reports that are generated for compliance scores for new buildings to be constructed that when folks go in for an application, they have these reports ready for permitting. And so in order to meet these higher compliance scores, they can tweak their design of the building to kind of make that, to meet the requirements. So here in the center here, we have a mixed fuel gas and electric standard home, which has gas space heating and electric water heating. That's an EDR score of 0. And so we would be asking that folks meet a 5. And so in order for an applicant to do that, they would, and wanting to keep their gas space and water heating, they would have to find increased efficiencies in other spaces in their home in the design via solar, via insulation, via passive house design like we discussed earlier, like I mentioned earlier, or battery storage. Alternatively, they could simply go all electric and automatically meet that score. So implementation and compliance utilizes existing modeling software. So this is something that applicants and engineering firms are very familiar with when going in to submit for permitting for new construction. And the modeling software is free and provided by the California state and updated with every state code change. So this is something that is automatically updated with every change in the code, and that folks will know how to adjust designs based off of that. And compliance is demonstrated and enforced through the Title 24 energy modeling reports as mentioned, and we have here a little screenshot of what that would look like and the location of that X with yellow and a red outline. That's the score we would be checking for implementation. That's a simple just change that folks would just be looking at when on our side for permitting and for evaluating a new applicant. They would just have to look at that singular score and see if it meets what we are asking from our applicants with this ordinance. And so for a quick review of the adoption process and timeline, this ordinance was passed unanimously on first reading on the 4th. Should folks choose to proceed for the second reading and at the conclusion of the public hearing, we would then submit this to the California Energy Commission for approval. And we have technical consultants and also our friends over at SCE and Central Coast Community Energy supporting us in making sure that we have everything that we need in order to have a successful submission. And that would we would have to get onto their agenda. So we'd have to be able to, at every California Energy Commission meeting, they also have a piece of their meetings is designated to evaluating codes submitted by local jurisdictions. And so we would have to be getting onto their agenda, which we expect between Q1 and Q2. And then the REACH code ordinance effectiveness would likely be from Q2 to Q4 2025, at which point we would be reevaluating REACH codes and coming back to you based on the new energy code and new California building standards that are going to be coming up effective January 1st, 2026. And so here we have our recommendation, should folks like to discuss.
Thank you. Back to council. Have any questions? Not seeing any questions.
How you doing?
Do we have any questions? Do you have any questions from speakers here or on Zoom?
Yes, any member of the public on the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I am seeing none, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, then I guess I'll close the public testimony portion of the hearing and go into deliberation. And if you're ready, make a motion. Let me know, because I will have to close the public hearing. Anybody want to deliberate on this? Thank you for all the work on this. And I know this is our second reading, so we've had a lot of questions answered. Third reading? It's been, I think it's been one more too. Okay, so I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, please do.
I move that we hold a public hearing and then conduct second reading by title only, waiving further reading of ordinance number 25 next in line, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, amending Title 15, Chapter 15.15, entitled Energy Code of the Goleta Municipal Code, to adopt the 2022 edition of the California Building and Energy Code and local amendments thereto, and determine the ordinance to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and find the adoption of ordinance number 25 next in line exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and direct staff to file a notice of exemption within 5 business days.
Do I have a second? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, council members, please lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan.
Aye.
And Mayor Prodi.
Aye. Ayes have it. All right, thank you. Okay.
Next item will be item D1, Capital Improvement Program Update and Recommended Project Priorities.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm going to give Autumn a couple of minutes to put up the presentation.
Absolutely.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council members.
Good evening.
I am Nina Buelna, your Public Works Director. Tonight, we will provide an update on our Capital Improvement Program, CIP projects, and present the proposed prioritization framework for future CIP projects. I want to note that this framework applies to CIP projects, and maintenance projects such as pavement will continue to be delivered annually outside this process. Staff will still be reviewing all the community comments that we received for pavement and looking into those. This prioritization framework is based on best practices used by various agencies to manage CIP projects efficiently. Many cities use similar documents to align projects with strategic goals, optimize funding, and maximize community benefits. This approach will help the city manage complex infrastructure needs while staying flexible to changing priorities and rules. The framework has been developed to manage the city's CIP projects efficiently. With over 100 CIP projects, we understand the importance of strategically prioritizing our resources. Treating every project as an equal priority would spread our resources too thin, leading to inefficiencies and delays. Focusing on key priorities ensures our team's efforts are directed toward the most impactful initiatives. This allows us to achieve high-quality outcomes with the available resources. As the saying goes, you can do anything, but not everything at once. This framework leverages staff and funding to ensure timely and measurable progress. This framework is adaptable and will be updated as needed to reflect changes in federal, state, and local regulations, as well as new updates to programs and plans such as the updated traffic model, the update to the bicycle pedestrian master plan, and our Vision Zero action plan. As projects evolved through these models and plans, staff will monitor and adjust accordingly. The framework will guide staff and the city CIP projects, aligning efforts with key citywide initiatives like the Creek and Watershed Management Plan, the ADA Transition Plan, and the city's strategic plan. This ensures projects provide multiple benefits, are completed on time, meet standards, and manage priorities and resources effectively. We are focused on delivering over $170 million in CIP projects over the next 3 years, with funding and staffing priorities in place to support these efforts. This is an ideal time for our strategic development phase, an opportunity to refine our process and establish a strong foundation for the city's future. By implementing a systematic approach to project prioritization, we will enhance our ability to manage the complexities of our CIPs and ensure long-term success. Staff has worked with council to refine our project prioritization goals through ongoing discussions. The initial goals and weighted categories were presented at council October 30th, 2023. Following the feedback from both council and the community, staff made adjustments to the framework, further developing and presenting of the updated goals and weighted categories March 5th, 2024. This interactive process has allowed us to refine our approach and ensure that our prioritization framework aligns with the city's strategic objectives and community needs. Staff has incorporated input from the council, the community members, and departmental collaboration. As you can see, we have the Assistant City Manager, the Director of Neighborhood Services, and the Director of Facilities here as we worked hand in hand to develop this. So this framework is practical, aligns with the city priorities, and addresses community needs. I will now pass the presentation on to the Assistant Public Works Director, Mrs. Glazer.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Tonight I'll be going through our current CIP project status. I have a good long list of some projects that we've been making a lot of headway on, and I think that's an exciting spot to be at. We'll also get into the CIP prioritization process and the outcome of ranked projects, our next steps, and recommendations. And I think I told somebody I broke all of the PowerPoint rules by putting a lot of words on the screen. So the intent is really to give the detail, but also highlight how much work is happening and to commend our staff for excellent work moving projects forward. Currently, we've either completed or we will be completing in the next 2 years a total of $158 million of total project cost for construction projects, and it's a good number of projects across the city. I think something to be really proud of here is that half of it was grant funded. So about almost 76 million of that came from grant funds. Our team has leveraged our local funds almost to the max there. Some funding agencies, you can't fund 100% of a project. You have to support local funds. Moving into our next phase, we have a number of projects that have either recently been bid or will be going into the bid phase. Again, it's about 73 million of total project costs. On this one, it's a little more than half has been grant funded. And we are showing the unfunded portion although I know we are working towards a portion of that being funded by bond proceeds, so it's still listed as unfunded for now.
Councilmember, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just a quick question. The deadlines that you show on this slide, is that the end of the project, or is that just the end of that phase of the project? Like in the previous slide, you had, the construction schedule, Project Connect was spring 2027.
That's a good question, Councilmember Caston. I apologize. It should be approximate phase schedule.
No.
So not
I
construction,
wasn't.
yeah.
I wasn't holding it to it. No, my question is let's say the San Jose bike, we expect that to be done, completed in 2026.
Yes.
Assuming no
Yes.
tsunamis and so forth.
Based on current schedule, yes.
Okay. All right, just clarify. I just didn't know if it was that portion of the project or phase, but thank you.
Yes, that would be the whole project, correct. Continuing on, design phase. I have 2 slides for design because there were so many. I couldn't fit them on one. But this portion of our project, or our one, is almost 32 million in total project costs. A good portion of that being the Cathedral Oaks crib wall, which also, again, is proposed to be funded by bond proceeds, highlighting here. And our last design phase, I've totaled both of them up at the bottom, so about 47.5 million in total project costs. And then one, I wanted to highlight that it's in our planning phase because it was also a successful grant-funded project, was the Vision Zero Action Plan, which is also completion of fall 2026. So it's worth taking a moment to look at the sheer magnitude of work that staff has tirelessly been doing to deliver these projects. Overall, staff has dedicated many hours to delivering about 278 million in total project cost, with the majority of this effort in the past 5 years and going forward into the next 2. And we are on track to completing construction for the majority of this work by 2027. While staff is in full hum of delivering on these projects, it's the right time to look ahead at our next priorities and plan out the future funding opportunities, including searching and applying for grants. As we have discussed in previous CAP Council presentation, grant funding has committed a number of projects, even through construction cost increase. As staff continues to search for funding opportunities, it's important for us to have a framework to evaluate projects from our CAP list. Our planning efforts now will produce projects over the next 5 to 10 years. Our project delivery process highlights the effort required to go from a concept to a construction, and sometimes can be 5 to 10 years. So looking forward, our CAP prioritization process is intended to be flexible, adaptable, and annual. It's a cycle. We plan to come back each year to council to prioritize and identify projects, especially as master plans get developed, our specific traffic model, as that gets developed, projects will continue to be added to a list to be evaluated and prioritized. And we intend to have many touch points with City Council, the public, and our stakeholders. It allows for us to have project discussions ahead of proposing budgets. And the idea is that what we talk about tonight gives guidance and kind of almost a bucket of projects for staff to look at as we take into considerations of funding available. I'd also like to note that the majority of the funding would be looking out that 3 to 5 year mark and not necessarily in the next budget cycle. Once staff is able to program projects, we would bring back our budget and adoption. We would bring back to council to budget and adopt the 2-year budget. And we'd also have a mid-year every other year. This allows, as we continue on the cycle, the implementation of the project delivery process. So depending on the phase of the project, we would go into planning, design, and construction projects. So we have a number of categories. There are 8 categories that we've proposed in the CIP prioritization. I will go through a few of them. A number of these have been listed in the previous presentations. I do want to, we presented in October 2023 and March 2024. And based on feedback, we have finalized these recommended prioritization goals and rankings. I do want to touch on a couple here. Regulatory or mandated. While some projects may be mandated or regulatory that drives it ahead of other projects, the intent with this one is that some regulations come in and give you a window of time. So for example, our trash capture project, when it was implemented, we had a 10-year span. So the idea is that this category would help prioritize, and those scores may go up as you get closer to that mandate, but it may not be something that has to be implemented right at that year 1 when you have 10 years to implement. If something comes and has a shorter time frame, it obviously might get bumped up faster. Let's see. The equity portion, this category considers the impacts on an entire community or specifically on underserved populations and/or geographic areas. This may consider schools, students, seniors, households without cars, disadvantaged communities, but the intent is really to consider all communities. So projects that serve the wider community may get ranked higher than smaller areas. And not just necessarily a disadvantaged community, but that is a consideration that will go in. And then funding availability. We have a large number of projects and funding needs throughout the city, more than we have funds for. So this category evaluates projects' ability to find alternative funding sources. And it does tie into equity because a lot of our funding, you have to show how it serves a disadvantaged community. So we would really highlight that piece in the funding availability when searching for grants. But it also includes special funding sources, such as our DIF funds or stakeholder partnerships where we can leverage other funds to highlight projects. So we took the current CIP projects and we ranked them using this criteria. And the intent for these projects listings is to show you what could come out of it. What happens when you take our current list and rank the projects. It's not necessarily to say that this is the project that's going to get funded. This is top number 1. It may be, this is really a discussion to have with council, but that ideally we would look at a smaller bucket when we start laying out soil to do for engineering. You start sieving through different sized sieves to get, and all of it is important, but you got to know how much is in each bucket, and that's how we look at it. You know, we have a long list of projects, and when staff goes to put funding to those, this gives us a guidance to say, well, maybe we look at these top 15 projects and start funding there, and if there's projects that maybe hit in the 15 to 20 ranked mark, maybe those make sense too, versus looking at the whole list that may be 130 projects. So we're happy to take questions on any of the specific projects. We also have neighborhood services and general services. So at this point, we took the top 5 to show you what comes out of the current projects. I would like to note that there are a number of projects listed in certain plans, such as the Creek and Watershed Master Plan and the Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan, that may not have been ranked yet, as they're very conceptual and may not have enough detail applied to them for us to rank at this point. So we will continue, as projects get developed, we will continue to add them into the ranking. And the idea is that it is set up to be flexible enough that projects can be added on a continuous basis. So the goal is that once we have that guidance and that framework, staff is able to use it to narrow down the focus and take our funding available and start appropriating it to the project phases that each project is at. And as you can tell, projects are at different phases, especially in our current list. What we'll do, so staff will program and appropriate and then bring the budget back during our work program and budget workshop with council and talk about and really ultimately get to the adopted budget. This allows staff to implement the project delivery process, planning, design, and construction. And as we've mentioned before, and those processes can take 5 to 10 years. So being on the right track from the beginning allows us to pivot before we've spent a lot of time and energy. We can also pivot after feasibility studies and the analysis. That gives you a lot of flexibility. But once you start securing grants, we've seen what happened, and decisions get made and commitments get made. So we're looking to try and give us some guidance ahead in the early stages of projects. With that, our recommendation is to adopt the project prioritization framework. And I will note it's not adopting the projects. The projects are there to reflect what we currently have on the list. Ultimately, those projects will be brought back with the budget. And with that, questions?
Thank you for that. So this is like the opportunity to hear from us, but also from the public, what's important to them. Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan.
Yeah, please start with a few. So first, you're using this whole framework for across these different, let's say, creek and watershed and transportation and so forth. And one thing that strikes me as a consequence of having it have separate, or have one common element that you're applying across the board is that if you look at, let's say, creek and watershed, the environmental benefits of the project are swamped, so to speak, by the other factors, especially, for instance, health and safety, which means that if there's a project which is supposed to be, enhancing steelhead habitat, and there's another project that is doing something that helps humans for health and safety, the latter is going to win out. That this is more, that right now it's weighted in favor, not in favor of the environmental amenities and the values of the ecological values of something. So if we're looking at what is the impact of this from the perspective that the Creek and Watershed Master Plan, I think, is going to focus on, they're going to have a very different orientation, and I don't think it's going to be picked up in the framework that's there right now. You can, if you want to comment, you can. But I guess I know this is a first cut, so to speak, and this is a work in progress. We're going to be revisiting things, and you indicated, let's say, Creek and Watershed Master Plan is also a work in progress, and they haven't yet identified projects. But I want you to be aware that using that single metric for very different types of programs produces not necessarily results that we think are best. It's going to skew it towards certain types of projects and away from others. And so one that's just salmon, or not salmon, we should be so lucky, steelhead habitat or frog habitat is probably not going to do too well, even if it's an endangered species there that we're restoring. If it's a small area, and you said based on equity, it's going to lose out. If it's not impacting human health, for instance, it's not going to succeed. So the way it's set up right now, that project would probably not get a lot of points.
Councilmember Kasdan, so the intent is that the projects are ranked among themselves and not necessarily, like a transportation project wouldn't necessarily go up against a steelhead trout project. For that reason, there are different considerations when we apply the prioritization. you could ultimately do that if it came down to how do you want to spend your general fund, and
No,
you,
no,
you
no.
look at the 10,
I'm not
top
advocating.
10. But the idea is that, creek and watershed projects rank amongst themselves and stay within that category.
All right, well then, that being the case, that's fine, that's good. You should also look at addressing or adjusting the weighting and the factors that you have there to make it reflective of environmental benefits as opposed to other things. What is the vision for creek and watershed as opposed to broader? So, and then the next one, so since you indicated they are distinct from kind of category to category, transportation, we've had this conversation before. But what I see is absent right now in that you could scroll down to that list if you want. But when we do a transportation project, the fundamental purpose of doing the transportation project is to enhance often circulation. And how can we, that's why we put in a road to help people get from here to there. What are the benefits associated with that in terms of, well, that's not what I was thinking, but there isn't something right now that reflects transportation, or excuse me, circulation benefits. And that's always part of it. You have safety, health and safety, but you don't have something that reflects the benefits of that. Now, you explained to me when we spoke that there isn't a need to do that because the transportation model is going to call out those that are sort of below the bar, and those are inadequate. But, think about it this way. Let's say there's a job interview. Some people have sufficient, their resumes are adequate so that they're considered above the bar. But that doesn't mean that all of them are going to be equal. Likely only if 1, 2, or 3 of those candidates are going to be chosen. The same thing is true here. There might be projects that are above the bar. So in other words, you put it through the transportation model and you say all of these projects are good in terms of enhancing our level of service. All these projects are good in achieving the general plan, in improving circulation. But some might be better than others. Some might have more of a contribution. And what we need is a factor in there that reflects that they're not all equal in terms of how they're benefiting the circulation in the city. You've got other factors, but you need that. That has to be something added. And I would think a good time to do that is when you get you said you have the transportation model coming in the summer. That would be an appropriate time to kind of incorporate that and consider that in the context of this index.
Mayor Pro Tem Kazin, we will add that to the prioritization.
Okay. One other thing that I wanted to pick up on, and that is that we often hear, occasionally hear, criticisms about for instance, today, that we're chasing grants and we only have interest in grants, and we're oblivious to the costs of projects. And I think one of the things it's to supplement the index that you have there, but if you had something that was sort of like, here are the benefits. So you have different environmental benefits, health and safety benefits, let's say circulation benefits, all these various benefits that you're produced. And then what is the ratio of benefits to the cost to the city after excluding the grants and so forth, to see that we're doing projects that have high benefits relative to our costs. You don't have to add anything, but this would be to supplement your presentations in the future so that we recognize that we're not, as some people allege, that we get so seduced by the prospect of grants, we are sort of indifferent to the aggregate cost of the project. So this would keep us, make it clear that these projects have serious benefits. Sound reasonable?
Mayor Pro Tem Kazin, I'd like to add that anytime we pursue grants, we go through the process where we present it to council, so that way we can ensure that we have a local match to any grants that we're going after in the future.
Yeah, but you you hear what I'm saying? You agree? You
I
more or
hear
less,
what you're
it
saying.
Sounds fine.
Thank you.
Okay. And I guess one other thing, how much would you say that the index that you have is sort of setting priorities for seeking grants as opposed to the priorities for our budget spending? That is, because here's what we know we've got some pavement burdens and other things coming. And it's going to be a challenge doing that. And so part of it is going to be choosing which projects to work on because they're going to be more attractive to agencies that are granting. Is this in part a priority setting for which ones do we think we'll actually be able to accomplish with outside money, et cetera? Is that the availability? You know, they're going to be attractive. We'll be able to get it done because they are attractive, not just because they're good projects per se.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan, I think that it's likely that some may filter to the top. Some of the large CIP projects are going to require outside funding to complete. So I think that that may be a portion of it. It's also really, we have a limited budget. So, you know, I think it's in that sense, you know, I'm showing 15 projects, but we don't have a budget to support completing these 15 projects anytime soon.
No.
So, you know, when I was here in October, I think I showed you a list of, you know, 130 projects. And so it's still the same conversation, but at least it gives us a little bit more of a direction to say, well, out of these 15, what is fundable and what stage of project is fundable? So not necessarily just that it's attractive for a grant, but I do think that that's kind of inherent to some of the larger projects.
Okay, I'll have some other questions, but I'll stop right now for that. Let others.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. I'll try to be succinct with my questions because I expect we all have lots of questions. So to start, I really like the idea of having a framework that gives us an idea of how we are prioritizing projects, and it gives the public that. Can you talk a little bit about how these categories and the criteria align with other existing plans and timelines that might be included in there? For example, our next item is going to be our strategic plan, and there are certain projects that are referenced in there that are also in our CIP, and that has, in theory, a timeline associated with. So how do you take that into account with the criteria? And that could be the case with other master plans we have that might include a timeline.
Councilmember Lewis-Martin, I think that, you know, one thing about this is it is ever evolving. And so considerations, we have a number of master plans and prioritization, or not necessarily prioritization, but projects that have been put into the work plan and put on hold for a while. And so I think that it's still a work in progress on what can be funded, but it's definitely something that we've worked hand in hand, you know, with each department on as far as what this looks like and how to apply overall goals. So knowing, you know, for example, the Creek and Watershed Master Plan is a big strategic plan. Well, it has a number of projects in there, and not necessarily prioritized. So we're taking those and trying to apply a prioritization to those. So you kind of can translate that to every plan, and so it's a work in progress.
Thank you. So I think part of what I'm trying to figure out is, let's say there's a project in this strategic plan that we said we want to work on this in the next 3 years, but there's not a ranking criteria here that has like a timeliness necessarily. Should we then not be putting things in the strategic plan with a timeline, or should we be including a criteria in this CIP ranking that takes into account a timeline that the council has desired?
I would say that, you know, when it comes to the projects.
And maybe we're not sure yet. how to
Well,
handle
you know, it's just one of those things that I think it's putting it all out on the table. It's seeing it all in one place and at one time, I think is important, and then being able to put a timeline to it. Because from a funding perspective, we may not be able to fund it in 3 years, even though it's a strategic goal. And so, you know, we can add, and we're happy to take input on adding, you know, categories if that helps refine it. But I think, one, it's a work in progress, but two, I think it's also important to take it, and we have these goals, but then when we start applying the funding is where I think we'll see the money runs out quickly. And so that's where I think the timeline and the money have to be shown together.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And if I can just add a quick comment to that, in terms of the alignment, I would completely agree that, and it's perfect timing that we do have the strategic plan, I think, right after that, because maybe we'll catch something when we go through that exercise, but the two should be aligned. And I think, as Autumn mentioned, there was some attempt with the departments to do a crosswalk between the two. You know, I don't think this is the first attempt trying to prioritize projects in the CIP, but it's a new attempt. And certainly if there is in the past, the council through the strategic planning process said, hey, this is a really high priority and it's been on the list there, that needs to be acknowledged here. So they do have to be aligned. They might not be perfect right now, but I think when we go through the strategic plan, we may catch something that, that isn't even in the CIP, or hey, that's been a priority for a while. How did that, you know, so we'll see that, but they absolutely should be aligned. And one shouldn't say that something's a high priority and the other one not rank it as a high priority, for sure.
Thank you. And so then my next question is, in our staff report, we have that ranking criteria table, and I don't know if we want to pull that up, but my understanding is we are being asked tonight to adopt that criteria table. And so I have a couple questions about it. One is, how is the scoring determined? Is that a staff decision? And I do have some discomfort about how the criteria are described, because some of them have very objective standards, which I think is great and, you know, pretty straightforward. But some are pretty subjective, and so I want to better understand how that is evaluated. And, you know, for example, you know, the equity criteria, you know, when you get closer to the 5, it talks about benefiting historically marginalized communities. And then, you know, the 1 and 3 talks about underserved communities. Those are not always the same thing. And so I'd like to understand how those are defined. And then you also, in your presentation, expanded a little bit more about how that would be looked at. And so I think it's really important, if we are being asked to adopt something, that the actual document really reflects fleshed out definitions of what we mean in each of the criteria, so that years from now, if you win the lottery and leave, we have a document that really shows us and shows staff exactly what we mean and how things are scored.
Yes, so yes, it was ranked at staff level, and it was a team effort between the departments, especially if there was some subjectivity. It was definitely weighed in on by a number of teams. And I hear you on the criteria. The intent is that this will be really defined and more, I would say, more, I don't know what the word is, but in the CIP document, as we're separating it, as we're creating a standalone CIP document, the intent was that this would drive and be fully fleshed out in that adopted document. And so this is a highlight of the information that was used to rank, but we can definitely add more information and provide more.
Okay. And my next question, I only have 2 more for now, is in the top 5 projects you showed, I don't see pavement. And I did see pavement in the previous slides where you showed some of the projects that we're doing. So can you address that?
Councilmember Reyes-Martin. So pavement will happen annually, like clockwork, and it's outside the prioritization process. So it's considered maintenance, so we don't prioritize it like a CIP, and we will continue to do these projects annually.
Okay, I appreciate that because I think there could be some confusion for the public when they see the
agree.
CIP table, but then it doesn't show up as one of the top 5 projects. So I think that's super important to clarify. And then my last question, we've talked in the past, and you mentioned the 100 plus kind of total projects there are. And I know the staff report talked about how in, I think, June, the council adopted the CIP list. But I know we've talked about this before, or at least I have. When and will there be an opportunity for the council to really look at that list in more detail? And at least I would like the opportunity to determine if there are projects on that list that should be removed. And in the past, I've heard from staff that it's difficult to remove projects, and I hear that. But it's also, I think, really frustrating for myself and for the public when we get to our budget to see this giant unfunded CIP. But that includes projects that we may, as a community, no longer have an interest in. Or those projects may need to be refined or scaled down. So when is that opportunity?
Councilmember Reyes-Martin, the perfect opportunity for that is once we finish our traffic model, because that will refine the projects and update all the DIF funded projects. So that's the perfect time to come back and present projects and what we recommend to remove or adapt and change.
And when will that be, or do you have an idea?
That should, the model should be done in about 6 months. So probably 6 to 8 months to come back to do everything.
So maybe this is a question for our city manager. How do we handle that? And we're going to be asked to adopt a budget before that 6 months. So how do we handle that?
Sure, great question. I think we can do both. I think to our Public Works Director's point, the process that they're going through right now to do the traffic modeling and then update our development impact fees is important because the way they calculate those fees, they are based on projects that we anticipate are going to be caused by future development. And so we do have to kind of allow that process on certain projects because those projects could score really low, but if they're going to be but if they're needed because of future development, that scores them kind of in a separate category. So I do think that's important. But I don't think it means that we can't also take what we have, the list that we have, kind of knowing which projects might fall into that. Well, we better wait to see what happens with the DIF study and bring those forward at the capital project workshop, which is the next time you would have capital. So I guess the beauty of ranking projects, as has been described by staff, is it guides you on which projects to move forward, which projects to go for funding for. It also allows you to see what's at the bottom end of all the projects that were ranked. And so it does help there as well. So if the council directs, staff could take kind of the first cut when we come back during the CIP workshop and have our recommendation on 5, 10, 15 projects that the council might want to consider for making inactive or eliminating. So we can look at that, but we do have to keep the DIF study in mind, I think, for those projects that might be needed because of future development.
That makes sense, and I would definitely support having staff at least give us the opportunity to consider that either removing projects or making them inactive. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I think I had a similar question about pavement, so thank you for asking that. And just to triple check my understanding, based on the presentation that we received at our last meeting, even if this council were to decide, and as a city, that we were going to invest $25 million per year, which is something that's never happened before, that something of that size, let's say we were able to budget that amount, that the city would still see that within sort of the maintenance bucket of its budget.
Councilmember Smith, that is correct.
Okay.
And I also want to note that we added the pavement projects to the list because we do have staff resources
Yes.
that will be spending their time on those projects. So we wanted to convey the full depth of the resources we'll be using.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, that's helpful to understand. And then my follow-up question is also in relation to the sort of the prioritization criteria that is proposed. And I'm wondering, and this might get to, maybe it gets more to sources of funding, but I'm thinking about how both as a staff and a council, we balance, right? We know that emergencies happen, right? There may be, right, emergency projects or more urgent projects that come up. And then also sort of balancing, right, the long-term planning processes. And so I'm wondering if in this prioritization, is there any consideration for the recent, rezones that have been done for housing, or other types of rezones and the potential impacts on the capital improvement sort of future lens?
So as we are working on the model right now, the new traffic model and the Nexus study, that will incorporate all the development that we will be incorporating, including the county. So that will look at everything, and that will develop different projects and projects that will probably be adapted because of the new housing that we will be adding.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering how that blends in then, if this sort of prioritization process is a annual exercise that we do with our budget, and right, I guess factoring in the different types of projects that are viewed. I'm still not sure I see sort of how it all sort of comes together in this analysis.
So, Councilmember Smith, the way projects reach the CIP is through a variety of sources. And, as Ms. Buolna pointed out, the traffic model is in progress, and it will spit out projects. There'll be projects that are recommended that say, these 10 projects you should do to improve your level of service to account for the increased population. So the idea is that those get added to the long-term CIP and then get ranked. So they come in with this basis level of we should do them. Now, which ones can we do? We probably can't do all 10, and I'm making up a number because I don't know what the projects are going to come out of. In addition to that, we may have other master plans. One on the list is the Lake Los Caneros master plan. So projects will come out of that. Recommendations will come out of that, and they typically get added to the list and assigned a number, and they may sit on the list until funding comes available. So that's really the intent behind the traffic model or some other plans. Is there's a variety of ways that projects get added. And some come from the public, some come from council, and so the idea is this captures all the projects and puts them all on the table to say, okay, now which ones do we want to fund?
And Councilmember, I'll add one point to that on the development impact fee process, which is prescribed by law. So the other step that they take when they crunch the projects and the numbers and they look at full build out, as was just described, is the percentage of the project that is because of the new development. So it might be 100% that this project's not needed, it's only needed because of the growth, and they would apply 100% factor to it, and then we would wait for those fees to come in because of the development. It may be a project is 50-50, and we need the project kind of right now, 50% now, but 50% should be funded by new development. So now, then you're looking at different sources. We have to come up with our own 50%, and eventually development's going to pay for the other. The problem with that theoretical idea is that you're not going to have enough money until we get to full build out, but we're probably going to need the project before we get to full build out. So it is a problem. It might rank really high, but the concept is that we don't fund it until the development gets done and we get all the money that we need to fund the project. So that's how that works.
So from what I'm hearing, that would, I guess, somewhat be reflected in the category about funding, because there would be a funding source identified in terms of development impact fees.
Correct.
Okay. That's helpful. And then the other question I had is, I just, we as a city have to work very closely with our other regional partners, including the sanitary districts and the water districts. So to the extent that they, I don't know, we're working with them is in terms of our knowledge of any major projects that they have, how does that also inform sort of the project list? Are there things that we do in partnership, or have to plan alongside, other special districts or other entities?
Councilmember Smith, some of the partnerships that we have with them are during pavement projects where they have to lower and raise utilities. So we coordinate with them regarding that. We also have, I believe, every 3 months coordination meetings with utilities to let them know about our future projects, what future projects they have, and then with us developing our street moratorium. So once we pave our streets, they're not allowed to cut unless it's an emergency, and then they have to put it back in a better equivalent to what it was, especially if we just paved it. So we coordinate often with our utility partners in that regard.
That's helpful to know. Yeah, and I'm just thinking there might be things I'm just not as knowledgeable about, but and some of it's just knowing what's currently happening in the city, and just thinking about are there ways we can, I guess, improve in terms of coordination among various stakeholders in these planning processes, and identifying opportunities moving forward. Okay. And then I think the other question I have is, it's a theoretical, but I don't know. I was just trying to think of the scenario where theoretically in these different sort of category areas, if there was, the top 8 projects were all $50 million projects or something, and that's not very realistic, or I don't know. I was trying to think about how the sort of scope and scale is factored into this analysis.
Councilmember Smith. So the idea is that this ranks projects and gets us that bucket of projects. Where that comes in is when we go to actually appropriate and budget, and our staff then goes and looks at available funding and available funding sources and plans out in the 2-year budget, but over 5 years, and so that's where that'll come into play. You can absolutely spend a little bit on all 5 of in your theoretical question. You could spend a little bit every year on all 5 of those projects and probably really not accomplish any of them, or pick one out of that and go for that one. And I think we're seeing the end result of Project Connect as the one that basically that scenario did happen. There are a number of projects that have been on the books for years, and Project Connect moved forward, and probably more likely because of there's grant funding that ended up happening, and that was the one that had the most funding. So I don't think that's actually too theoretical. I think that actually happens a lot.
Okay, thank you. And then, I think I had mentioned to staff, but for the council's benefit, I appreciate the discussion around the prioritization project. I recognize I'm the newest council member here. I felt a little bit challenged in terms of the deeper dive on each project, in terms of having a sense of sort of the general concept and the description, and is this anticipated to be, maybe a $50 million plan or a $50,000 plan? What's sort of the size and scope of the ones here on the list? What isn't on the list? So I do think having that additional information would be helpful. I recognize you can't, you don't have a project until you fund it. You can't put the cart before the horse, but to just for my benefit to have sort of a better sense, since I haven't been involved with these previous discussions, I know would be helpful to me, and I'm not sure if other council members felt the same way, but that would be helpful to me to have some more information as we get more into the actual different projects.
And I would add to that, we have a number of projects well-defined, and that was the list of projects that are in construction, bidding, and as we look forward, we don't have projects sitting on the shelf that have been defined. So a lot of what we're talking about is what's the next feasibility study or conceptual level design that we want to evaluate. And so while these have project sheets in the current CIP, that's a little digging, and I understand that, but they're conceptual in nature. They're very, roughly from this point to this point, but they don't really get into the nitty-gritty of how much property or, those kinds of things. So there's definitely more deep dive to do on all of these projects, and, so I don't think you're alone in that, because even staff needs to evaluate some of these projects really in depth as we move forward.
And Madam Mayor, Councilmember Smith, if I can add to that, slowly, Autumn and staff in Public Works have been thinking about our 5-year CIP and how it is presented, and whether or not there's an opportunity to make it better, simplify it, kind of change the look, feel, and hopefully produce what is a useful document. There's obviously a variety of reasons to have a CIP that we're talking about tonight in terms of prioritizing and funding. It communicates to the public what the council's values are and all those things, but it also should be very useful to the council. It should be a document that you can go either grab online, or you have the old-fashioned hard copy on your desk, and that information is available to you so you can remember. And so I'm not sure that that's happening now. I know when Autumn first got here, I took a copy of a CIP that I particularly liked from another agency that I worked at, and I handed it to her, and I said, we should make our CIP look like this. I don't know if that one really was better or worse. I think it might have been a little better, but that's an exercise we're working on. And certainly some of the questions that came up from you going into this meeting tonight, the light bulb went on for me that, yeah, if the council needs to know where the projects are described, and that's not an easy process, then our CIP is not being useful for you. So that's something that I know Nina and Autumn have been thinking about. Right now, it's part of the operational budget. Again, I'm not going to go into a lot of details. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe it's not. It's not what I'm familiar with. They're usually separate standalone documents. And so we are looking at how it can be maybe redone a little bit, simplified, and made useful so that on any given day, I want to know about the Elwood Drainage Project. You could on your own look it up, and it would be really easy. Here's the summary of where that project's at. So something we're working on. Obviously, if Autumn or Nina want to add to that, but that takes time because we're busy doing all the projects, and so it is an effort to kind of overhaul the CIP.
I would think that would be really beneficial to the public as well.
Yes, and I'm certainly mindful of that staff is very busy right now, and our Public Works Department in particular. So whether it's even just reference to something already existing, or or pulling together pieces of something already existing to pull and have within the staff report. I'm I guess open in that regard in terms of not for efficiency's sake, but I do think it would be helpful to have as we really start thinking about priorities. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Kiriakou?
I think at this point I'm mostly left with comments and observations. So I guess the first one, can we go back a few slides? Let's go back to slide 4, the one that's the CIP projects in the construction phase. So I wanted to kind of come back to this because there have been some questions and some comments about circulation and how are we prioritizing circulation, how are we scoring and weighting circulation and within our priorities. And I think if you look at the money that we're spending right now, this is a lot of circulation. And this, the train depot, Project Connect, the pavement project, this is a lot of circulation, and some of it's 30 years or more in the waiting. The San Jose Creek Bike Project goes back to before Goleta was a city, the 1993 Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. Project Connect, in terms of at least Eckwell Fowler and Hollister improvements for circulation, dates back to at least the 1993 Goleta Valley Community Plan and the 1998 Old Town Revitalization Plan. A lot of what we're dealing with and a lot of why we have the price tag that we have now of the money that's going out is because it took so long to get here. And I think we ought to at least start this conversation from a place of honesty and acknowledge that some of that's just because we didn't have the money. You can't give what you ain't got. I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. And so we can prioritize and we can look at scoring modules and indexing and a lot of things. And I think that's great. And I think we should always be looking for ways to better explain to the public what we're doing, why we're prioritizing, inviting the public in, making it easier for council members to understand. But I also think at just the basest, most fundamental level, it's do you have enough resources and how are you allocating them? And a lot of these things we didn't do sooner because we didn't have the money. And some of that was because we made choices to not look at revenue or to delay the start of revenue. And so some of these things are more expensive. We had a presentation in 2022, about how much more the pavement program would cost if we didn't invest the money at that time. And not only did we not invest the money at that time, but we didn't plan, in 2020, we didn't plan for the money to come in. We didn't actually give the public the opportunity to say, we want to have more money for pavement. This is back in 2020, not 2022. In 2022, we then made the decision to look at resources and to increase resource allocation subject to a vote of the people, and that happened. We're now in the first fiscal year. This is partially in response to a comment that was during the consent calendar about the San Jose Creek Bike Project and how much it's costing. And there was a comment made about, we passed the sales tax in 2022, so where's the money for our roads? We're in the first fiscal year where we have all of that money. And I would challenge people to look at the construction phase, to look at the next slide, that's the bid phase. We're spending a lot of money now on roads. And I think it's important to acknowledge that, not just because it's going to make roads in our downtown better, or because it's going to make it easier for people to be able to work in Goleta without having to live in Goleta because they could take the train or use other modes of transportation, but because those choices make this a better city to live in. So I'm glad that we're getting to some of these things and that we're doing these projects. Now let's kind of come back to where we are now and how do we go forward. One of the challenges that Councilmember Smith brought up, and it's an excellent point, is how are housing element projects, whether they're in the city or in the county, going to impact our roads, impact our infrastructure? This is one of the reasons why we had a sphere of influence discussion a few months back. you have to be able to partner with regional agencies and have a conversation about a 20, 30-year planning window of what services exist now, what services will need to exist in the future, and then how do we co-create that future together. And some of that relates to how revenue is shared. So I'm glad that we also took that step. Going forward, I think that the comments from Councilmember Reyes-Martin and Councilmember Smith and the mayor, actually, I guess everybody, about trying to get us into a clearer, more objective, less open to interpretation and question mode of how do you define terms and how do you make decisions. I think that's really good. But I think one thing that we also have to take a look at, and perhaps to a certain extent this is why pavement is considered maintenance, is as we start doing all these projects, and let's say some of them, there's a temptation to say, oh, well, great, but there's a developer and they're going to pay development impact fees. That's just anteing up the first time, right? Those DIF funds go away. I mean, I'll give you an example, Cathedral Oaks. I'll give you two examples on Cathedral Oaks. The Glen Annie Golf Course project, when it became the golf course, involved extending Cathedral Oaks by a couple blocks. You think we got any DIF left for maintaining Cathedral Oaks from what was given to the county? Probably not. There's a project in the news now called the Shelby Project, but the Shelby Project used to be a different project. It was much larger. And there's a housing project now that exists because of the Shelby Project in the county. It's called the Crown Collection. We probably don't have a lot of DIF left from the Crown Collection part of the Shelby Project. I'll go a little bit further down because the crib wall is on our minds. Winchester, the Winchester project, housing project, Winchester Commons down at the end of the road. That development was supposed to ante up development fees that would pay for the future impacts and the cumulative impacts of growth. Where has that money gone? How has that money been spent? What unanticipated expenses that we never could have imagined would have happened came out of some of those developments and some of that extension of Cathedral Oaks and the crib wall today. So I would just ask that as we look to try to refine how we look at these projects through the environmental, through the health and human service piece, the public safety piece, that there be some kind of a categorization, some kind of a delineation, something that says essentially pay for, and how resilient is this project in terms of its impact on our finances. Because at the end of the day, we're all going to pay a lot more later. And I think it's incumbent as we're prioritizing that one of the things that we're looking at is how much is this going to cost us, not just now, but for the long term. So I guess that's what I would say. And excellent questions, everybody, because you took them all. Although I'm sure you all still have more.
Councilwoman Reyes-Martin, did you want to?
Thank you. Just one more question. Kind of following up on something Councilmember Smith asked. So maybe this is more clarification. So the ranking criteria is a useful tool to help prioritize and give staff a sense of where things land. But is there a point, like a next point that is kind of the take a step back, common sense check on how things fall? And whether at that time, do these projects that may be ranked higher, or even some that look like they rank lower, should they be moved up? Does that happen, and does that happen on an annual basis at the council level when we have our CIP update? I just want to make sure that the criteria and the scoring on its own doesn't become like the only thing, that there is a point where we do kind of have the opportunity to take a step back and see if something, for whatever reason, should be moved up or down.
Absolutely. This is really just a starting point, and just to kind of weigh it out and see where things fall. Absolutely, council has the opportunity. Each year we'll come back with our work program and our budget, and that's where we could refine projects or the ordering. Which ones get funded. Because it's not necessarily that the top ranked project gets all the funding. That's not the intent. And so, yeah, what we want is that there's plenty of opportunity for council to weigh in after that initial ranking.
Thank you.
Yeah. First, can you turn to the factors, the index factors? That's it. So I guess I just wanted to point out for Councilmember Kiriakou, this was the point I made earlier with respect to circulation, that if Project Connect were going to be ranked here, its primary, especially the Equifowler portion of it, its primary contribution is in terms of improved circulation. And so currently, we don't have a factor in there that reflects those benefits, and that's something that I'll look forward to. But I was also curious to count, does that make sense? You're frowning. Is that good? Okay. No, it looked like a thoughtful kind of, you know. To Councilmember Reyes-Martin's questions as far as the, because we have this massive list and so forth, and you had described how using the traffic model, you're going to be able to see kind of an above the bar, below the bar set of projects. So will that be will you get that evaluation or that information on all of our projects? So in other words, is there additional work? So I don't know, there's one project, and I forgot what it's called, that is right around here, City Hall, and it's putting in a road, I forgot the name of the street there, right in front of us, and it's one that in the past EDC and others every year would come in and say, don't do that, and Charlie and others would say, don't worry, we're not going to, it's just on the list, and we would go through this year after year. I think it had to be in because there was some attachment to some document, but beside from that, is that something that, even these small projects from the past, will you get an evaluation of those to be able to recognize this is a bad project and, sort of we should wipe that out?
Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan, the model will kind of, like Autumn said, sieve out the bigger rocks to the smaller rocks, so it will look at that. I don't know that we'll look at every single project because some are LRDP required.
Like that one? Is that
correct,
one?
but we will certainly look at what we can and refine what we have so that we have a more concise approach to our CIP.
All right. The Cathedral Oaks Class 1 bike lane, do we have count data on bike use or expected bike use? I would, before we invest $30 million or whatever it is, I would want to know that we will get a heavy volume of commuters or kids or something, that we're going to have a significant, so I'm not saying anything against the project, but I want to be sure that we have the data to justify it before we go forward.
Our traffic model can look into that and see if that is still a viable project. I want to reiterate that these projects are in the infancy and like even before conceptual design. So we don't have all the information at this point. So as we get more information, it'll be refined and adjusted.
Well, how much does this reflect these are the projects that we're going forward on as opposed to others? I'm particularly thinking of the Hollister Corridor project that, where we had a recent fatality and so forth, that, that you don't have on the list. So what does that imply for that particular project?
So that project still ranks relatively high. I believe it's 6th on the list. So it's still a very viable project, and we will be looking into it. So I would say just because it's not on the top 5 doesn't mean it's not an important project. It still makes the list.
I guess I'd like to see what went in and why this was lower than others and see what went into it, because we had someone die, and we, to me, there's a persistence of unsafe conditions, of very unsafe conditions. And so, okay, those are my comments for right now.
Well, a lot of questions and answers have been asked. I do have a question for Mayor Pro Tem. When you talk about the Cathedral Oaks and the bike path, are you meaning the multi-purpose path that is on the project list?
Yeah, the one that's on the project list.
Yeah.
The one that's on the project
Okay.
list. I just want to be sure that we collect the data to support its presence there. I'm not arguing against it. I have no idea. But I see sometimes, like Calle Real, not a lot of use of the bike trail. And so Class 1 bike lanes are very expensive. It's a big deal. And we just need to get the data ahead of time.
Can you give me an understanding about the that multi-purpose path? What exactly you're talking about it? Is it the one that's already existing that has been repaved? No, it's all new. Okay. I think I need some help understanding that one.
Mayor Perotti, it starts at Glen Annie and goes
Okay.
east to
So by the
past Lake
school.
Los Caneros Road. I can't see the roads on here, but it
Yeah, I know what you mean. And I just want to say, it was interesting. The weather was beautiful on Monday, and I think a lot of people were home, and kids were home from school. And as I was going on Cathedral Oaks by Winchester and Cathedral Oaks and going towards Calle Real, I saw a group of families on the bike path, and it was like there was a large group. And babies in strollers and people with their dogs, and some were on bikes. And then I drove a little further down past Calle Real over the bridge, and here was more families coming to meet them. I think they were. That was the thought. So I think, I think sometimes these things are, you build it, they will use it. It depends on the day and, the weather. And it was the first time, honestly, and I don't think I ever thanked staff. And thank you for repaving that section that we have, because it's starting to get used. And it's working. So thank you for that. So that's all I want to say. But I do want to say that excellent questions have been asked, and I don't think this will be easy, Councilman Reyes-Martin, but I think we do, and you mentioned it before, and I agreed with you. We need to look, and some of the things need to go down to the bottom of the list, and it's not going to be hard. Not going to be easy. It's going to be really hard for us. Because we all have our things that we're passionate about. But I think the reality of it is that we're going to have to take a look at this. It's just a lot. So, Councilmember Kiriakou?
Two things. One, since you brought up the Cathedral Oaks path, I just want to point out the project was a little bit maligned by a few people on Nextdoor, but if you look at the work that you were just pointing out, that was the bike path that got repaved down by Winchester Canyon,
Yeah.
all the way up to where it kind of rounds the bend and starts getting into the area where the condos are. Projects going together, taking the pavement project and utilizing pavement dollars that could have just simply gone for repaving the road there. And instead, what you did is you increased the value of the area we just repaved, because you have a separated bike path next to a separated path. One's parking protected and one is more road protected, sidewalk protected, and et cetera. But making things work together, I think for me the next challenge when it comes to Cathedral Oaks is how do we improve the last part that starts at around the Shelby property and goes past Dos Pueblos down to Glen Annie, and how do we get that to kind of the same level of pavement and then start going down the road as this project envisions to connect to Lake Los Carneros, so that you really can have that quality of life for people that either live north of the 101 and in that Cathedral Oaks area, or people that want to go visit there and be able to visit there more safely. So you get kind of a compounding value when you make some of these investments, like the pavement program. When you do it right, you create these other benefits, and it makes other things go together. that's just one point I wanted to make. The second point is, this is to a point that Councilmember Kasdan made earlier about, we're looking at this slide now and the prioritization goals. And he was making the very worthy point about circulation and, well, where does it live? I think this is really making Councilmember Reyes-Martin's point and Councilmember Smith's point and others. I could look at this and say circulation, particularly, let's say, for Project Connect, hits health and safety, regulatory mandated, asset condition cost, environmental sustainability, and definitely, because it's an old town, equity. And it got some funding because of Project Readiness and because it's been waiting around for a long time, and we had funding availability. So not every concept is going to need to have its own bullet point. And I think there's going to have to be a little bit of an art to the science that we're talking about. It's good to try and make this more clear, but I think some things we're just going to have to recognize flow through the prioritizations. I think circulation is something that flows through. I would say primarily lives in health and safety, but it goes through multiple things. And I will stop now because I see your facial expression.
Well, oh, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Let me put it this way. So if we wanted to focus exclusively, if this says health and safety, if the best way to do that is to close our roads to cars or to have everyone drive at 15 miles an hour. That's how we can get high health and safety. The point is that we can't do that realistically. If we want to have good circulation, it's a different goal than health and safety. They work in contrast to each other. If we wanted just to have good circulation, we would add multiple lanes. Boom, they can just zoom through the city. The problem is health and safety. That works contrary to that. So what we're doing is finding the balance between those two ideas. They're competing goals. Circulation works, or health and safety and circulation work against each other. And so we're trying to accomplish two at the same time. You can look at it, well, so that's the point. And that if to do one to the exclusion of the other is to lose what we're trying to accomplish. There's no reason we would do Equifowler if we weren't trying to get circulation, improve circulation. All I'm saying is we want to have a factor that reflects that goal.
Okay, I think the public has waited long enough to ask their questions.
Yes, for those of you on the Zoom webinar, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. Our first in-person speaker is Bart Bader.
Okay, let me try to keep this simple. I just look at this as a to-do list. This is a to-do list for the city council, okay? These are things you have to get done. Having multiple lists doesn't do it. One list, my next question is, do we have visibility to this list? I can't see it nothing but a spreadsheet with everything that you've got on it and your priorities, and it just worked on a list. If it moves, it moves. We've been a city for what, 20 years, and now we're putting together a list of how we're going to manage our projects? I don't get it. I'm retired now, and when I heard about this and the way the roads are in Goleta, I said, let me give this a shot. I don't know. You people seem to know what you're doing, but I just wanted to voice my opinion. Let's start with 2025 arterial pavement project, $10 billion. Somebody tell me what that is. It's on your list.
We can answer the question after you finish speaking.
Oh, okay.
We'll do that.
Okay. I live near where Fire Station 10 was supposed to go. I'm sure that's on the list. But if we have a list, and if it's number 4, we can keep track of it. Okay? As a public, I can see what you're doing. I can contact somebody, give them my input. like I said, visibility to the list, somebody's going to have to tell me where you go. Then as far as you say that the roads are, pavement is not on the list. It's prioritized. Well, that's not working. I can tell you in my neighborhood, I live over by Cathedral Oaks and over by the gas station. That road is now all tore up because of Cathedral Oaks being down. Everybody was driving down it. Anybody? Potholes. I call 4 or 5 times on potholes. Last time it took me 3 months to get the guys to come out and fill 3 potholes. You know, I called in again the other day because now besides those potholes, there's other potholes. And according to you, pavement has no priority. It's not prioritized in it. So my request of you is vote this down and make a list, make this a list that not only you can understand, but we can understand, we can see, and then we can work together to make the list our list. I appreciate you hearing me.
Thank you.
And our first online speaker is Frank DeMarco. You'll have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Pierotti, City Council, staff members, and everybody else that may need a drink after this meeting. I want to say that after recently reading about the great repaving plans ahead for Goleta, I noticed that Pacific Oaks between Hollister and Phelps is not included in the paving plan. At present, this relatively short stretch of road is in very bad shape with sharp ruts and potholes in both car and bicycle lanes. I have submitted photographs to some or all of you. I hope you got a chance to look at them. As you know, this is both a main posted bike route and a significant cut-through street for vehicles trying to avoid the Hollister-Stork bottleneck that we all know and love. It is also heavily used by large delivery trucks for the Albertsons Market and other businesses in the Plaza Shopping Center. We were very surprised and disappointed when the recent repaving of Phelps Road between Pacific Oaks and Stork did not include this section of Pacific Oaks because that's part of the cut-through route. I'd also like to include in this request an upgrade of the crosswalk you thoughtfully created recently at Georgetown Road and Pacific Oaks, which is now heavily used, as expected, by Gersh Park athletic participants, plus regular neighborhood pedestrians walking to and from the nearby shopping areas. This crosswalk really needs a pedestrian-activated set of flashing signal lights like those we see in other parts of Goleta, especially given the width of Pacific Oaks with no pedestrian safety island for slower walkers. Because of regular excessive traffic speeds, such lights will go a long way to meet Goleta's Vision Zero goals and enhance the overall safety of this heavily traveled corridor. Coordinating this upgrade with a top-notch repaving of Pacific Oaks between Hollister and Phelps Road would be a much-needed and sound investment in public safety. Please add this project to Goleta's 2025 paving project. Also, I would like to mention much has been discussed about the health and safety priorities as number 5. I believe it needs to shoot right to the top when it comes to paving. Thank you very much for your efforts to make Goleta a great, safe place to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ray Briere. If you make way to the podium, please, you'll have 3 minutes.
I just heard about this meeting and that you were soliciting comments about 20 minutes before I got here. So I'm not as well prepared as I would like, but I want to focus on the notion that we need a separate bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing of Highway 101 and the railroad tracks adjacent to the Stork overcrossing. It was supposed to be built when the Camino Real Marketplace, you guys all know the history. Linehan was able to, put $200,000 of mitigation to the county. The county put it in general fund, it's gone. But it's still needed. It's needed even more than it was when it was first proposed. And, it sounded like a great idea. Gee, these developers are going to build this shopping center, but we're going to get this overcrossing? Great, let's do it. Well, it's been 26 years, and the need is even greater. That intersection is the busiest in the county. There is more housing there for, with people who need to go across to get to Dos Pueblos High School. And certainly the traffic coming in to get to, the Camino Real Marketplace and the new shopping on the other side of Hollister has increased, again, the need to have this separate, safe pedestrian bicycle overcrossing. Currently, if you're going to cross, you have to cross 2 freeway off-ramps and 2 freeway on-ramps on a bicycle. It's just not, it makes no sense. It's been 26 years. Now, I recognize that the money didn't get to the city of Goleta, but it's been 26 years. It is the city of Goleta's project now. I was told that Measure A funds were going to help. And then I was told that the notion has been merged into some idea of another freeway interchange between Winchester Canyon and Glen Annie. Well, nice, yeah, it'd be good to have another way to cross there, but having it as another version of what we have already with Stork, and having it a mile away from where it's needed, and having it shoved out to 2029 or wherever it is now, makes no sense. So I would like to have that. I mean, it's in row 1, column 1 in the priorities. Let's build it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Zeta. Please unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I've lived out here in the Dos Pueblos area for nearly 50 years now, and I have recently taken up walking. I walk Kyreal, Glen Annie, Cathedral Oaks, Winchester, Kyreal over by Winchester, both sides of the road on a pretty consistent basis. And I can tell you that, yes, you've recently repaved your bicycle path on Cathedral Oaks and it looked great for a while, but with the rains, you have grass growing through your newly paved drive or bicycle path there. As I'm walking, 1 out of maybe 20 people are riding their bicycles on the bicycle path. The other 19 are riding on the roads. The bushes and everything that are over the bicycle path by Dos Pueblos there, the off-road one, is horrendous, and the condition of that road or the bicycle path is horrendous also. I can see why people aren't riding on it. It's tough enough to walk on it. You have multiple roads. The other gentleman mentioned Pacific Oaks, but over in my area, you have a spot on Placer that I truly believe is going to become a sinkhole within the next 2 years. You have multiple roads that are not on the pavement management program that need to be paved, like Tuolumne, Mendocino, Sonoma. A lot of those roads down there need to be repaved. You have bicycle paths on Cathedral Oak, or Kyreal, excuse me, just west of 7-Eleven that have some pretty big potholes in them. And I would hate to be on a bicycle riding through those, but here you are encouraging people to ride, and yet the bicycle paths are in terrible shape. To kind of piggyback on the other gentleman's request of pavement projects, I see we are allotting less money this year than we did last year for concrete projects. That is one of my pet peeves in the neighborhoods here, where we have tremendous root upheaval of sidewalks. I've seen a lady recently pushing a stroller, and if her child wasn't strapped in, I believe that child would have been put out on the sidewalk because she hit the uprisen sidewalk with enough force that the stroller almost overturned. I walk and have struggles with some of the angles of your sidewalks that you've replaced. You've put in asphalt to fix it, but we need to spend more money on fixing the sidewalks around in this area also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gemma Jimenez. Please unmute yourself, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for this presentation and all the information. I know it can be a little overwhelming for some, and that includes myself, but I really appreciate all this information being talked through and walked through, and I really support these types of information to be put out to the public, and I would like to see more because it's just so much to learn about what's going on in the city. And sometimes I agree that looking at these lists online can bring a lot more questions. And so I appreciate all this information being shared. And I'm also just here to share general support for active and sustainable transportation improvements. I agree with some of the projects being shared tonight and discussed over, like the North Hollister pedestrian bike 101 overcrossing. I support, other pedestrian improvements that this project can prioritize, and even other new projects that come about that support active and sustainable transportation as well. And I also wanted to really give my support to other crossings, like I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes and I got a little confused. I'm just also want to show supports for the efforts in Old Town Hollister as well, and all studies also being put forward to be made as well. I know sometimes it's hard to determine like where improvements need to be done without knowing exactly how people are using these streets, who's walking, who's biking in these areas. But once those studies are done, they're helpful to really realize, okay, this is what we can do for these areas. But also sometimes I also want to put out that, sometimes when we prioritize these types of projects, the people will come, once they see that it's safe and that changes are being made to make it more accessible. I believe people will come to these areas and use them. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, Annette Winter. Please unmute yourself and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. I won't need it. I'm kind of late to the meeting, so I apologize if I'm repeating things. I live near Carlo Avenue, or Carlo Drive and Calle Real, which incidentally needs repaving from Los Carneros all the way to Fairview. Recently, they made, or over the last year, a change in the traffic pattern, so there's now one lane going eastbound to Fairview. And you have the new red flashing lights for the pedestrians to cross from the bridge over to the Fairview Shopping Center, which is really valuable. But I have sat there so many times waiting to make a right-hand turn onto the freeway from Calle Real, making a right down Fairview, and there's been nobody in the bike lane. I saw a skateboarder there the other day, and I've started noticing this over the last few weeks because the traffic backs up sometimes to Vega and Carlo. You've got cars trying to make a left turn out of the minor shopping center, or the Fairview Shopping Center, excuse me, to go left towards Fairview and Calle Real. And it's a real mess there. And I get very frustrated because I understand that people that bicycles are desirable, they're environmentally friendly, but if I'm going shopping at this point, I'm going to go to probably Albertsons, Trader Joe's, maybe CVS. I'm not going on a bicycle. If I go out to Costco, I'm not going on a bicycle. And I just feel like, this isn't Amsterdam. This is not a bicycle culture. And more power to the people who ride with, for fitness, and they're in clubs and things like that, and people who want to get around. But I don't see the bicycle lane eastbound on Calle Real eastbound towards Fairview being used at all. And I see a lot of backup in that particular area. And I don't know. I mean, the other day I made a left onto Carlo from Calle Real, clear the traffic coming towards me, but there was a bicycle coming the wrong way on the wrong side of the road. And so, I get pretty frustrated with the emphasis on bicycles when nobody's using the lanes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I can answer the one question that came up from, I think, speaker number 2. The question that I heard was on one of the PowerPoint slides, we showed a list of projects that were in the pipe. They were actually happening this year. On that slide, one of the projects was the repaving project for this year. There was 2 of them actually, and combined they're maybe $11 or $12 million. So that project is a combination of treatments to various streets. We have a program that rates the streets, as the council knows. And for the speaker, this item was coincidentally on the council's agenda at the last meeting. And so all that money is going to treating either slurry seal, paving, other treatments of various streets. And there is a map on the city's website that does show the planned streets to be paved or treated for this coming year. And we can certainly show you where that is on the website. And then the second point, I think related to the question, was just the prioritization of paving. This council has made it a very clear priority to pave streets. We had this meeting 2 weeks ago, and it was very clear that all extra discretionary money that we can find, where the council made it clear, let's put that money towards paving. Tonight, it's more of an accounting thing. These projects are capital projects. Paving is considered maintenance. It's just the way we categorize our projects and the way we categorize our funds. But all the projects that were ranked tonight were just happen to be non-paving projects. They're other capital projects, but it was very clear that paving and maintaining the streets is one of the #1 priorities for the council. Thanks.
I have a question for you, Mr. Nesbitt, about when will we be having another conversation about the pavement projects? I know we had it it was just an update from our consultant that we work with. When might the community have another opportunity to?
That's certainly up to council. As our Public Works Director said, we're on a rhythm now where a paving project will go out to bid and be constructed each year. So that's the plan. We're now working on the 2025 pavement project and had that discussion and shared that last time. I don't believe there is an additional touch point until the council awards that contract sometime in late summer, early fall. But at the council's discretion, if you'd like to talk about paving additionally, we certainly could.
Well, I think what happened for this meeting, I know that we received a lot of emails, and it seemed like the majority of them were about pavement, a lot of them. So I'm wondering if it's worth another conversation, or I don't know. I don't know how my colleagues. Yes.
In the budget.
Absolutely, a budget. That's a good idea.
I know, but once we get to budget, aren't we finalizing the budget at that point? I'm wondering, where is there a point before the budget is completely approved that there could be some input? Have we missed that?
Well, again, the 2025 paving project is as described 2 weeks ago,
Right.
and Public Works is moving gangbusters to design and bid that project. If the council wanted to rethink that project or any of the streets that were presented 2 weeks ago, we would need to know that now. For sure.
I guess I'm not clear on your question. Are you wanting to have a discussion about additional allocation to augment what we already approved?
Possibly, yeah.
For this fiscal year? Is that what you mean? Or for the forthcoming?
Forthcoming.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I just feel like, I was really encouraging staff to write something to really get people to come to this, but this meeting, I really wanted to hear from them. We wanted to hear from them, so that before the actual budget is approved, they have input, right? But I think it got somehow lost in the translation of what this particular workshop or meeting was about. So that's where I'm coming from. Okay. Councilmember Smith?
Yes, thank you. I also just wanted to clarify, there was a comment from the second speaker about the ranking of health and safety, and had mentioned it saying, the ranking is 5, and I think perceived that as a lower ranking. But my understanding, and if staff could clarify, that it's a weighted ranking. So in fact, health and safety of all these different categories is actually weighted the highest, in that it's sort of given the 5-point value. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I think that was just maybe a point of confusion, but I did want to clarify that for that commenter. Thank you.
Councilmember Carriaco?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also trying to figure out, and maybe this is kind of aligned with your question or your point. I don't know if this would be this meeting, the strategic plan conversation we're about to have, the work plan meetings by department that we'll have between now and budget, or the budget process itself. But we've kind of talked a little bit about some safety issues, and we talked about the fact that there was a pedestrian death in Old Town, and it's not the first one that we've had in the vicinity of Magnolia.
Go ahead.
And I'm wondering, what is the best way to go about trying to get a crosswalk at Magnolia? It was something that myself, but especially Councilmember Richards, had tried to get put into the interim striping plan, and it just didn't work out at that time. Should that be a capital improvement project? Should that be part of the pavement program to stripe it and then try and get a signal? What is the best way to accomplish that, that is a priority? Because I've definitely heard from members of the public about how can we make it safer to cross the street in that particular part of Old Town. And I just want to make sure that I'm respecting the process, and I know there's all things that we'd all like to do, and we don't want to be adding a lot of things to the list, but what would be the best way to try and accomplish that as a priority?
As Madam Mayor and Councilmember Carriaco, I can ask that, and I think it's similar to the process that was followed last year. So we will be back in front of the council at the Capital Workshop, and leading up to the Capital Workshop last year, new projects came to staff's attention from all of you, I think, and through other sources, and we then did add, I think last year, 7 or 8 projects to the CIP, and those were added last year. So this year I see it the same way. We have heard you on the crosswalk at Magnolia. I think I've heard maybe 1 or 2 other projects that I've mentioned to Nina and Autumn, and they're adding those to the queue. So we'll clearly show those requests for new projects and that we're adding them to the CIP when we come back with the workshop. And as was requested, we will come with a recommendation for eliminating lower ranked projects as well at the same time.
Thank you, and I'm prepared to have that conversation.
Mayor Pro Tem Caston.
Yeah, 2 things. One, the question of the death that came up was the death on Hollister on the west side. That was a woman crossing the road to get to Cal Taco or leave Cal Taco to go the other way. And I could go, as you know, to an extended discussion of that and the importance of it. And but I think I've made no point repeating again. But I do think it's. Well, no, the other thing I was going to say is, one of the speakers I forgot which speaker, had mentioned that we need greater transparency as far as the projects that we have. And in fact, our CIP, the list that we have of CIP, it might not be as highlighted, but it is on the website. It is, people can look at the CIP list, not this from today, but here is a list of all the different projects that we've considered in the past. And so there is some, we do strive for transparency. That is one of the goals for the city, and that part of, I would suggest, one of the benefits of this whole index process and why it's worth arguing about and focusing on is because it's going to make our decisions that much more transparent. Why one, I mean, we have very limited budgets, and it's going to only get worse, especially as we try and accomplish our pavement priorities. So with those limited funds, we're only going to be able to do some of the projects. Using a version of this index or these indices will show why we arrived at which projects get funded, and be a way that we justify it. It's how, for instance, right now, when we have our pavement projects, everyone wants the pavement projects that are near their homes, that they ride on, that they experience, taken care of. And we have a system that says what choice of projects, of pavement projects, will have the effect of enhancing the city's overall pavement standard. And we're able to, hopefully, justify why this set of projects are chosen. These are the ones that help the city most as a whole. And we've been successful, for the most part, in being able to justify those projects and not have to quibble about, well, you got this one, I should get this one, this is in my district, I've only got this much, and things like that. We've been able to have a set of projects, and so working towards that kind of goal with this index is valuable, and it'll explain to people why we're pursuing the course that we are, the questions that people have as far as the benefits of projects. We need to work it out so that people understand that these are the best projects we're choosing. These are projects that we can justify, and that's what I look forward to in the end. Go ahead.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
I just want to apologize. I misunderstood you. When the phrase you used earlier was the Hollister corridor and a pedestrian death, and I did the wrong math. And let me say, and I've said this in these chambers before to you and others, the city has done a really good job from a pedestrian safety and bicycle safety standpoint along Upper Hollister and the western end of moving people east and west. They've done a terrible job in terms of having the resources and allocating resources to increasing safety north-south, crossing Hollister in an area where the speed limit is like 40. And you have 2 lanes of traffic, and you have a very small median. And in terms of what can we do for safety there to get people across the street, short of speed limits, which we have addressed to a certain extent, I think we have to look at something down the road, and maybe we can talk about this offline. Is there a way for us to find a project that would allow a place for people to be safe in the median, to expand the median and let there be a resting spot? I've seen that done in other cities where you can kind of actually have like a flashing, you can have a crosswalk, you can get across at least to the middle, and then you wait, and then the next time it's clear, you can go across. Maybe that's a solution, maybe there's other solutions, but I think we do have to do something about crossing safely north and south on Hollister, given that that's a very fast 4-lane road. Otherwise, all the pavement projects in the world aren't gonna aren't going to improve safety there. So I'm just trying to
Yeah, I appreciate
acknowledge what
that.
you're saying.
And just to clarify some of it is that, yeah, I'm certainly open to whatever works. But our challenges are, for one, let's say every high school kid, when you're going to Dos Pueblos from the Elwood area, has to cross that road without there being a crosswalk. They run across the road to get to the bus stop. The bus stop's on the north side. So, we just you can't do that. And then likewise at where you have Cal Taco and the barber shop, and there's a liquor store and a thrift shop, which never seems to be open. But there needs to be either a signal or a crosswalk, especially because 7-Eleven is closed. So people are going to have to run across the street. And then the other factor, to add one more, is that somebody coming back from Santa Barbara at night on the bus, they're let off at a bus stop. You've got this road at night. They're really ripping through those streets. They're going fast. So they're going 60 miles an hour down the road, and there's no street lights at those bus stands. So people get out at a bus stop, there's no lights, and, let's say it's somebody who chose not to drive because they've been out drinking, or it's somebody elderly or disabled. You don't want to put them in a position of having to run across the road at night in the dark when cars are going 60 miles an hour. So we have an opportunity to address this issue.
It's a strode. It's a street and a road, and it's trying to do two things, and it's not doing either one of them particularly well.
Never heard that.
Okay, so what is staff asking us to do? Oh, we are just receive the presentation, but also to adopt the CIP project prioritization framework. Is that what you're looking for? So are we all on board with the existing framework, or were there?
I said I'm willing to make the motion with the caveat that staff mentioned that we will see it a little bit more refined in that final document that we get.
As a friendly amendment, that we meet again when the traffic report comes in and then do some refinement at that time.
The traffic model, you mean?
Our traffic,
Okay.
yeah, when the results from that are there, that then we have a conversation.
Does that make sense? Oh.
I guess I'm a little unclear, right? But before budget, we're going to have to make some decisions. So we're going to need to have another discussion about projects, prioritization, and where they fall.
Right.
Right?
Another bite at the apple.
Another bite at the apple. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm really clear on what the next steps are, because I echo. We received some email comments about projects. We received comments here this evening that I all think are important to weigh and factor in. We know that we have significant maintenance to consider in terms of how that impacts any capital improvement budget this time around. I don't know if in terms of the prioritization process, if there's a better way to sort of call out, maybe as Councilmember Reyes-Martin articulated, just a better way to call out sort of how some of the planning documents and planning processes have been incorporated. I think that would just be helpful to see that somehow.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay, did we have a motion on the floor?
I think I made a motion, but I
Okay.
don't think we have a second.
And we have
And
a
I agree
friendly
with
amendment.
I agree with the comments from.
Okay, so we would vote on the friendly amendment. And is everybody clear what that is? You are, you made it.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Kasdan, I'll just add that it is clear because the work that's being done on the traffic modeling, and again, I'll call it a development impact fee study because that's the purpose of what it's leading up to, has to come back to council for final approval. That probably will take 2 steps at council, I'm guessing. So we took that as an opportunity to then use that information to kind of refine or relook at the criteria that was used. So yeah, that opportunity will be there. But that'll be, as has already been mentioned, after the budget process. So yeah, we heard
Okay.
we're fine with it.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Was there a second on the friendly amendment? Did we need a second?
I'll second it, given that.
You made it.
No,
I made the motion.
Okay.
And then
Oh, and you were, okay.
And
Got it.
we have the motion maker agreeing
Okay.
to the
Yes.
follow-up.
Right. Okay, so I guess roll call vote.
Council members, do lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Aye.
and Mayor Perotti.
Aye. The ayes have it. This is never easy, this conversation, but I think we did it pretty well. Okay, do we need a break? Let's do a 10-minute break. order. Okay, yes, let's bring our meeting back to order. Councilmember Reyes-Martin had to leave. Okay.
And Madam Mayor, as I guess we are set up, but just to open up this item, I just wanted to mention to council, this item is the annual strategic plan. Council does this every year. Staff brings forward the strategic plan from the previous year and gives the opportunity for the council to redline it, change it. Staff takes our attempt at it. We delete items, do all that thing. You're going to get a presentation from Shannon here in a moment. But we did add an unusual item to this. I just wanted to underscore that. A request did come in from Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan to consider adding a new council committee, a traffic and circulation committee. And Mayor, you concurred on that. So that could have been added as a separate item, but we were kind of moving forward with agenda preparation, and it just felt like, since we were talking about both CIP, the item we just had, and of course this is the annual strategic planning session, kind of more of a little more roll up your sleeves, we thought it fit fine here. So we did, you'll see on page 2 of the staff report, there's just a couple paragraphs added there that this came up and that we're asking for council to discuss it and then give staff direction if council would like to establish that new committee. So our suggestion would be to do the strategic planning exercise first and then take that up at the end.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we're ready.
And that'll be item D2, 2025-27 Strategic Plan Updates and Future Priorities Workshop.
Thank you.
Good evening. Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Shannon Kern, Assistant to the City Manager. I'm accompanied by our Finance Director, Luke Rio, and we'll be going through our presentation for the 2025-2027 Strategic Plan Updates and Future Priorities Workshop. So tonight, the purpose of this item is to discuss the city's existing priorities and accomplishments over the last 2 years. We will be getting a preliminary look at our 5-year financial outlook, and then we'll be going into a little bit of the detail on staff's proposed changes. So we'll be going through kind of each layer of the strategic plan, starting with the overarching initiatives, then the strategies and objectives. This is where I will present our kind of overall major change, staff suggested major changes for each of these 3 sections. There will be opportunities for refinement from council. And you have the red line in your packet as well, the red line document. And then we will be going through the potential new work efforts from council's requests, and staff will be documenting those, the ones that come to consensus. So we'll review kind of those near and long-term requests. Near is what we're kind of thinking as in the next fiscal year, within the 2-year strategic plan and within the 1-year annual work programs, how that fits in, and then maybe even more long-term, depending on the requests as well. We'll be going over the next steps and the tentative budget calendar too, so when we'll be coming back to present the work programs, things like that. And I did want to highlight that we do have a kind of a worksheet, a dashboard of sorts that we will be bringing over. So there is a placeholder in our in our presentation. So we'll be bringing over this worksheet once we get into council's suggested changes for specific existing strategies, initiatives, objectives that are already in the strategic plan. So we'll get into those changes, and any future suggestions. We'll be bringing that over after the presentation, and that's when we will take council comments or council suggested changes. So I just wanted to say I'll get through the whole presentation, and then you can ask questions and all of that. We can take public comment.
You'd like us to hold our questions till the end?
If it's
are you going to do a page turn? How exactly?
Yeah. So we plan to kind of walk through the overview of the strategic plan, right? Like a general overview of it. Walk through the accomplishments. Do a 5-year financial brief outlook. and then I'll be going through this proposed changes.
Okay.
And at that, and then I'll be going over kind of the next steps. And then I think at that point we can take questions and we can pull over that worksheet if we wanted to, or the red line document, if we wanted to, look at the proposed changes of each objective or each goal, strategy in the existing, in I guess the proposed 25-27 strategic plan. And then, so we can take questions then and comments and, and public comment. We'll want to make sure that we get public comment as well. And we can, that will, after we do kind of the refinements of staff's proposed changes and take into consideration any council changes to the strategic plan, we'll then also ask for any new work items. And so any confirmed changes and new potential work items that council is suggesting and comes to a consensus on, these will be noted by staff for further evaluation. And so the idea is that we'll get your comments early and bring back an analysis and work it into the respective department's work program for further discussion and of the level of effort and resources and how it works into current department work programs for fiscal year 25-26. Or even more long term, right? We know, in each work program, there's usually also a long range project list based on staff capacity. So any requests that come from council we will determine and council will discuss those, any new requests, and then staff will come back at the work program, the annual work program workshops for each department with those noted within the work program presentation. But we'll do it, we have a worksheet that we can use to help track all of that, and that will show, and we'll make sure that we get the correct language.
Okay, got it.
Okay. And so with that, I will start with kind of just the overview of the strategic plan. So the city's strategic plan is comprehensive and structured, addressing key priorities for sustainable infrastructure, financial health, and economic growth. So this plan serves as a guiding policy that outlines the city's priorities, goals, and initiatives, providing a roadmap for future decision-making. And resource allocation, program development. So this plan is also linked to our 2-year budget process, and then it also helps inform the annual work programs. And it is driven by our vision statement, which is on the screen. It articulates the community's key attributes, values, and setting the foundation for policy development and strategic planning. So this plan right now covers a 2-year period. So it does run concurrently with the city's 2-year budget plan. And so it helps ensure that there's ongoing alignment between fiscal planning, operational priorities, and long-term strategic goals. The plan consists of 9 overarching key initiatives, which serve as a framework for strategic direction and objectives. And so that's kind of the framework of the plan as it stands now. So now I want to get into some of the accomplishments that we have accomplished over the last 2 fiscal years, or that will be substantially completed by the end of this fiscal year 24-25. And so we are recommending for these accomplishments to be removed from the strategic plan. So these have been redlined within the document. There are, I believe, over 21 objectives that have been identified as completed. Some of them you will see maybe there were 2 parts, so they've been updated, but they've been I still have listed them here listed as accomplishments, and these numbers reflect the, I guess, where they were in the plan. And so I won't be going through all of them, but there are a number in support community vitality and enhance recreational opportunities. And so the goal of construct a community garden at Armitos Park has been accomplished, and so that has been removed. But I did want to highlight that some of these, while they have been accomplished, they have now become ongoing or operational based in nature. And so therefore it's not, the intent or purpose isn't necessarily supposed to be in a vision of a strategic plan. They move into work programs, which are operational. So even though it's been crossed off the list here, it's still reflected in work programs. So I did want to highlight that. And so these are reflected in the annual, these things that have been, while removed from the strategic plan, are reflected in the work programs and the program narratives of the 2-year budget plan. And so there we have a couple more accomplishments in four other categories here. And so, like I said, these have been recommended for removal. And now I will turn it over to our Finance Director, Luke Rio.
Thank you, Ms. Kern. All right, thank you, Shannon, for that overview of the strategic plan. Just wanted to note that was a lot of accomplishments, all done within budget. So good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. So this is a high-level overview of our financial outlook and what we expect over the next 5 years. It's really just laying the foundation and giving context for the discussion that will follow when we're considering new future funding priorities. So after my high-level overview, I'll turn it back over to Shannon, and she'll walk us through those major proposed staff changes and then opportunities for refinement. But here, these bullet points just summarize what we expect to hear over the next 5 years. Moderate revenue growth is expected to cover, our projected salary and benefit costs, and as you know, was adjusted based on the recent MOU that was approved last April. And so those costs are reflected over the next course of the 4 years. And then we also adjusted for major contracts like we have with our public safety sheriff contract and other major contracts. And then fiscal year 25, 26, or this upcoming 2-year budget, were really the approaches to remain status quo. And when we say status quo, that means on the service levels. Mm-hmm. And then any other statutory increase, though, has to be evaluated case by case. And then really want to emphasize here, any program expansions or any increases should have an offsetting reduction in some other area or any new revenue source that is identified to help balance that or be able to afford it in the long run. If we go to the next slide, please. So this slide here is just, again, a high-level snapshot of our financial forecast. Before we get into the numbers here, I just wanted to emphasize that a financial forecast is not a budget. Again, it's a planning tool. It helps us anticipate any trends, prepare for any challenges, and make any informed decisions, but it does not allocate specific funding the way a budget does. So again, this forecast is in the process of being updated as we move forward through the budget process, and especially when the bond deal closes. So we're expected to have better numbers here by next Tuesday, and we'll have a more refined financial picture. But as you can see, we did program that in here on that red line item called annual debt service. And so that, again, that's related to the lease revenue bonds we're pursuing to help fund those capital improvement projects. Specifically, this will go towards the Cathedral Oaks crib wall repair. But looking ahead, it does tell us a clear story. If we were to maintain status quo levels, we have a very structural, budget. It's balanced in the long run. So that's why I'm getting at, if we do increase funding in other areas, we got to decrease somewhere else, unless there's some new revenue source identified that can support that ongoing cost. So again, these numbers will be further refined when we come back through the budget process. We'll have more details and in-depth discussion on some of our assumptions and then how we plan to mitigate any of the risk. We'll even cover some of the reserve fund balances that we have. But as you can see, as of right now, we are projecting, a structurally balanced budget, assuming status quo service levels.
Mayor Protem, you want to ask a question?
I was just curious, are we going to bounce back to you, Shannon, right now?
Yes.
Okay,
This is the last
then
slide on finances.
I had a question for Luke. How much we've set ambitious goals for pavement, for example. How much does, we just heard about how San Jose Creek is terminating in the fall of 2026, Project Connect spring of 2027. How much is that freeing up revenue that'll enable us to hit some of those pavement projects? Is that will that offer us a pathway?
Yeah, Councilmember Kasdan, so no. So those were supported by one-time general funds. Over the past 5 years, we actually built up that one-time unassigned fund balance almost close to 20 million. We were able to program those funds towards that, and anytime there's additional one-time revenues identified, we'll continue to try prioritize pavement like we recently did with that 1.5 million back in October. Right now, the status quo ongoing funding level, specifically from the general fund, is a little over $4 million annually ongoing.
But you recognize, you're going to have challenges ahead to augment that. And so I gather that the termination of those projects will offer you no relief or pathway.
Right, that's correct. Yep.
All right. Alas. Thank you.
Okay, so next, so we'll be getting into the staff proposed major changes. And so we'll be starting with the initiatives. And while staff does not have any proposed changes to the 9 overarching initiatives, I do think that this, is the time for council to just think about the current 9 initiatives and if they still reflect the city's top priorities. And so, like I said, I'll be going through the whole presentation, but once we get to the worksheet, that's where we can, we'll take your questions and then we can get into your recommended changes if you have any. But so each of these initiatives contains a set of strategies and objectives that guide the city's efforts. And so the strategies are broad areas of focus that describe a future state of a condition or result to be achieved. And so, let me go, sorry, switch my slide here. So the strategic goals within each of those initiatives, we only have a couple kind of major changes to these strategic goals. But like I said, these are a little bit broader area of focus that fall within one of the 9 initiatives. And so within Initiative 5, Strengthen Infrastructure, we've refined 2 of the strategic goals that staff is proposing to refine 2 of them to better align with the goals around Vision Zero, as well as improving infrastructure safety. So some of it's kind of word smithing, language change, but the goals around Vision Zero, you'll see in the next slide, we have suggested to change some of the language around Vision Zero as well, and the objectives that fall within that. So updating the strategic goal to better align with the objectives of Vision Zero. That's why we've suggested 2 changes to those two strategic goals. This is the only section where we've added a brand new strategic goal, or proposing to add a new strategic goal under the Initiative 8, enhance the efficiency and transparency of city operations. So this is strategic goal 8.4, which is integrate artificial intelligence and robotic process automation into city operations. And we've added 1 objective underneath that, which we'll get on the next slide. But some of the questions, are the strategic goals within each initiative, are they still relevant? Are they still achievable? Should any be expanded, restructured, or phased out? Those are some of the questions that we've kind of thought about and are posing to council as well. And so I know that there's a lot of text on this slide, but I wanted to capture all the objectives that were the major proposed changes for objectives on this slide. And so under the initiative Ensure Financial Stability, we're suggesting to update several of the objectives revolving around and combine some of them as well. You'll notice that several of them have been combined together, which is like 3.6.1. So updating the reserve policies, which include deferred maintenance, facility improvements, replacements, and Section 115 trusts, which is the pension and retiree health costs. We've also added pursuing updating the city's street lighting assessment rate and pursuing a comprehensive study for stormwater funding to address the unfunded mandates. And then under the strengthen infrastructure, this is where I kind of mentioned the Vision Zero, where we've refined some of the language. You'll see some have been moved from one section to another as well to fall kind of all within the Vision Zero. I won't read through all of them. And then under Initiative 8, you'll see the objective related to artificial intelligence and robotic processes in city operations. This is our placeholder slide. So just quickly, next steps, tentative budget calendar. So we'll be coming at the back at the next council meeting with two potential, this is still kind of a tentative, but we'll be coming back with an annual work program workshop, potentially for planning and neighborhood services. And then at the meeting on March 18th, we'll be coming back with the general government, general services and finance workshop or work program workshops. April 1st will be public works workshop, work program workshop. April 15th will be the first budget workshop. May 6th will be the capital improvement budget workshop, and then final adoption of the strategic plan and annual work programs. So I believe this is a little bit of a change. I believe in the past, the strategic plan has come to council, and then we propose staff changes, council makes changes, and then at the next meeting, a consent item comes with the final version of the strategic plan before all of the work programs are approved and adopted. But we're proposing that the strategic plan should be adopted with all of the work programs at once all of the work program workshops have occurred, so that there is alignment across all of those documents. And then June 17th is the budget hearing and adoption of the city budget. Okay, that concludes the presentation. So now I'll give it to council for questions on any of staff proposed changes. And if need, we can also pull over the worksheet right now too, if that would be helpful, or I can go back to any of the slides as needed.
I have a question on 6.2 strategic goal, improve parking availability in Old Town.
Okay.
Would we want to, somewhere in there, it does talk about evaluate employee parking needs in Old Town, but would that also include looking at a permit program? Am I in the wrong spot?
I'm just going to bring over.
Okay.
So I was.
Oh, okay.
I was going to bring over our worksheet now because you're addressing.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Not the changes necessarily to what staff are proposing, but just in general the objectives.
Okay, got it.
So we're going to. Yeah. Just filter this.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Luke. So we wanted to just bring it up on the screen. So could you repeat the number of the objective again?
It was 6.2. Strategic goal, improve parking availability in Old Town.
Okay.
And then there's objectives 6.2.1.
And so
I'm that's what I'm trying to figure out, if it would be I think it's under 6.2.1 where you would want to maybe, I don't know if my colleagues would agree, add something about a work a permit for employees parking. I've been thinking, I've gotten a few calls on employees that work in Old Town, and they have nowhere to park now because they have to move their car every 90 minutes. They have parking, but they have to move their car. So if there was an area where we could do parking, a permit program, could we at least look into something like that?
So I
don't
think
know. Your Councilmember
I
Kiriakou.
support that, and, I mean, I think the Carson Street lot or the Orange Avenue lot are two logical places to look at if you want to just designate a lot,
Mhm.
or if you want to do something more complicated, then you can get into a permit system where, I guess you'd have to figure out how to administer it, like which businesses get how many permits and
Yeah,
all
yeah.
that, which is going to be a fairly complex undertaking. We might want to talk to our friends in the city of Santa Barbara who've dealt with that kind of thing in the past.
I initially was thinking like a large area that's not being used, that could be like a central place where employees could park.
It could be as simple as just experimenting with having one lot or multiple lots that just are not subject to timed parking. So they can just,
Yeah.
people can just leave them there. And then if we find that there's just no circulation happening, then we could refine it more and create a program. But I'm right there with you, and I've heard the same things.
I guess what I'd say is be general at this point. I mean, I think it's
To
a
look
good thing
into
to
the
work
idea of
out,
a
but,
park.
beyond, but there's, like we talked about, if there's some opportunity for, like, if somebody, a business has space behind, might they rent it out to somebody? Because the problem with the Orange or the other one is somebody on the other side of the, further away on Old Town might not have as much interest in it. But in other words, all things on the table, explore all
That's all I'm saying,
possibilities.
is to look at the possibilities. Councilmember Smith?
Oh, yeah, I would support that also, and also just thinking about, incentives for carpooling or incentives for alternative transportation or, conversations with businesses there and, creative opportunities.
And SBCAG will do that. They have someone that will, my understanding, will go and talk to the employers about incentive programs, like we have here at the city of Goleta. We have one. So if you don't drive yourself, there's incentive to carpool or bus or, yeah. I mean, that could be beefed up a little bit more too. And then I don't know if this would fit in this category as well, as I've heard a lot of, and maybe that doesn't even need to go in this area or need to go somewhere else, but the parking lots that we have that are public, I've heard people say they don't know that it's free. They just see public parking. So I don't know if that really is a problem. I've only heard it from two people. That if you had signs like you have in, I guess, other areas that'll say free public parking or public parking free, I don't know. That's just something that.
Yeah, I think we could fix that with a couple of signs saying,
Yeah, so it doesn't need to be
free.
like, yeah.
Yeah, and then the other one I would just recommend, if it's okay with council, would be 6.2.1. Just change it to evaluate, I don't know, increasing availability of parking for employees. That way it's not set
Yeah,
to a
it's
permit.
open-ended, it's vague, yeah. Okay, I like that. I'm good with that. You good with that? Okay.
Actually, I did have one question along, now that I think about it, along those lines with the Orange lot. Are there new owners there at, it's the same,
Yummy Thai?
yeah, is that the same?
The original owners.
It's the same people as when it was, whatchamacallit? what was the-
Pattaya.
Ta-
Pattaya.
Hmm?
Is that? It's now Yummy Thai, and it was Pattaya.
Yeah.
I believe.
Is it the same owners?
No, it's new owners. They sold it. The
Okay.
family sold it to, I believe, one of the. Well, I'd have to. I believe one of their employees. They sold it to their employee.
Are you asking about the property or the business?
Oh.
Well, what I'm asking about is the ability for us to get access. Like originally, when we envisioned it, we were thinking people would be able to leave from the back and go forward and go through it. And if we've contacted whoever the new people are to see if there's an opportunity there that wasn't there before. Because that was always, you know, it makes the back of it less, we have to keep it empty and so forth. It would make it more useful. So if there is an opportunity to talk to them and see, maybe there's.
Yeah. If you could get additional access, you know, an easement or just do a take, I mean, one of the problems with ever having that surface lot becoming a multi-story lot, if we were going to ever do a multi-story lot, is you have to have enough room for the turnaround, and we just don't have enough.
Right.
So, you know, I personally think more the Solvang model of like single, you know, fewer, you know, more lots, more of them single level is probably more the model I think works for Old Town.
That's what I was thinking.
But I just,
yeah.
I wasn't even going as far as to think multi-layer, although that would be awfully exciting.
Down the road.
But just to have the ability to turn in the back of the lot and go through the Pattaya or Yamitai route, which is how we initially thought it was going to work, if that opportunity is there, that would be helpful. I did have another question.
Okay.
Well, mostly, I guess, well, two things. One is with the 8.4, looking at AI and robotics. You're not thinking of replacing council. Just
Yes, they are.
no, I guess I was what is it? Visioning Old Town. What's the name of it?
Old Town Visioning.
Old Town Visioning. As we were talking, it's probably we don't want to be initiating that right now. That's and it might be overtaken by events because we've already done the lane restriping and so forth. But so it may not have the value it once did at this point, and it's certainly not the propitious time to be asking in the midst of construction. So that's 6.3.2. I don't know if other, James, or?
I think you mean 6.3.3.
Whoops, yes, it changed.
Yeah,
No.
I hope you're not planning on getting rid of the community center.
No, on mine, it says 6.
Yes, you are correct, Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan, in the, because others have been removed, so the numbering did update in the, I guess, clean version of the 25-27 strategic plan. It is now 6.3.2.
So the community center is safe from I'm not proposing anything there.
Your reign of terror will
Yes.
continue.
So 6.3.2 has been revised, combined with the implement of the community center strategic plan, because that is within that document.
Really? How is that? So now 6.3. So no. So is there? So right. The one that was initiate Old Town visioning process. That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah. Yes.
6.3.3.
Well, it was 6.3.3, and in the updated document, it is 6.3.2.
Well, what I'm raising is not so
regardless,
much about
the
the
number,
numbering.
yes, I hear you.
It's about the, I'm
content.
fine with any number. It's whether this is something we want to include as a goal for the next year or two, and I would say no.
You're looking at it as a negative?
I'm thinking two things. Number one is that if this is something that we're proposing that we would do in the next 2 years, that it is not the right time to be doing it while we're in the midst of the construction, that we should take a breath and see where things are. And then if we want to consider what the, any additional visioning, that's fine. But I don't think we would want to start something like this right now while all the construction is going on. It's hard for people to come up with a vision other than, well,
let me try a succinct way of saying it.
Yeah.
Given the way our work plan meetings have gone the last several years, I think the odds of the Old Town visioning process being initiated in either of the next 2 fiscal years is highly unlikely. It always drops. It drops like a rock every time. And for me, the original reason that I kept pushing for it and asking to bring it up the work plan list was because so much was happening, and I wanted there to be a vehicle for the community to be informed, involved, have a voice, and to be able to talk through a lot of the circulation things, a lot of the parking things, a lot of the zoning things. You know, we were finding things coming up like, you know, do these parking requirements make sense in Old Town? Does this zoning make sense in Old Town? Like a lot of those kinds of things. And I wanted to try and get to that before Project Connect and all of its component parts descended. And now we're here. And I think about staff maintenance of effort. I think about just honestly the financial forecast that's being shared with us. And it just, to me, it's just like, I don't see the utility of having it be on the list for the next 2 years when realistically I don't think it's going to be done. And even if it were done, it probably would be a shell of what I would have originally wanted it to be. So I'm fine pausing, catching our breath. I think some of the things that I think are more essential related to Old Town are happening through other line items. So I'm fine
taking it off
for
altogether.
now. Yeah, recognizing it can come back in a couple years.
Councilmember Smith, do you have something to add to this?
On that point, I would agree. I had some separate comments.
I'm done.
You're good? All right.
Thank you. I had sort of some I guess high level feedback because this is my first time looking at this document. I guess first was I'm not sure if we need to more specifically call out housing element implementation and any other components more specifically. I guess it sort of depends on what is realistically sort of within the housing element, what can be done. I think the coastal land use plan is listed in the strategic plan as a top priority. So that just came to mind if there was anything sort of else within the housing element implementation process, or if maybe a sub-bullet under the general plan, there's a item about just general plan implementation, and now that we have our new housing element, if we should just at least generally just reference that. So that popped out. And then the other question or observation was, I sense that sort of the affordable housing crisis is just getting worse. It's impacting more of our residents. As time passes, we have a higher ratio of renters to homeowners, and we've had the impact of the pandemic. Rents have really gone up. So I know there's aspects of things that have been called out, but I don't know if we need to, maybe even in its numbering, but in terms of sort of the affordable housing issue, call that out with more strength and specificity, because it's impacting so many residents, and we received a public comment on that issue as well. So that was just sort of an observation that I think it's just a reality for so many of our residents that's increasing concern over time. And then I don't know if this would fall best under 9 or where it might fall, but I observed as a city resident last year the presentation to council about our aging community and how the ratio of seniors and people 65 and over is rapidly increasing. So we'll have some increase in the next 2 years, and then as time passes, that percentage is only going to go up. And so if we might call out opportunities to, plan for and integrate sort of in all areas, but sort of planning and incorporating opportunities to address our aging population.
I like that. Why, I'm aging.
I
No.
was thinking just in general, our aging population.
So I don't have a specific language, but sort of in terms of just forests through the trees, those were some items that stood out to me.
Councilmember Smith, if I may jump in, I am looking at our 5.6, so let me just, I'm wondering if it might already be captured potentially under maybe a new initiative or new objective under integrate the Vision Zero approach into all capital improvement program. So ensuring accessibility for all users, including people with disabilities, seniors, and children by incorporating universal design standards.
I guess I see that as one facet of it. I guess just in terms of thinking about all, really all sort of city functions and operations, and right, we had a commenter about, if I don't drive and I want to get to a council meeting, how do I, and I don't know, if I don't have a computer, or I don't know. So just sort of thinking more broadly about sort of in all aspects of city operations, how our aging population is impacting our planning.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Smith, I agree. I think it is broader than having it under the infrastructure initiative. And so I'm looking at either initiative 7 or 9. 7 is maintain a safe and healthy community. 9 is ensure equity and inclusion. So and that's why I think Shannon recommended that we don't ask council to approve it tonight. We take the feedback back. We can then add these in the appropriate spot and find the right language to make sure it kind of fits what you're suggesting here. But I think it is broader than just infrastructure, and so we'll take a look at that. I did see the report on aging just came out last week, and I gave it a quick read, and it is pretty broad. So we'll look to see where that fits best.
That'd be good. No, Councilmember Carriaco. If Councilman Smith, are you finished with your question?
That's all for now.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Thank you. I think in some ways, this is the residue of having 9 objectives, is it starts to kind of be hard, like, well, should it go in this one or should it go in that one? I mean, we have 4 or 5 of them that just mention vitality. And I just...
Very vital.
and I think we might, my first year on council, I suggested this, and we went the other way and added 2. But I think that you run the risk at a certain point of when you have 9 objectives, everything's important, so nothing becomes important, and then it becomes harder to focus. And I think at some point we might want to take a look at taking down the number of objectives to the essential, and then building out within the objectives more of the strategic goals. And so then things would more naturally have a home, vitality for seniors, for everybody, and then they all have one kind of logical home. And it might also be easier for our staff and actually for elected officials and commissioners they would actually be able to recite what the objectives are. Like, we focus on these 3 things or these 5 things. So I put that out there, just food for thought for the future, not trying to change the world tonight. On 9.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Kiriako, since you're about to pivot to something else, maybe I'll comment on what you just said, because this is something staff did talk about internally. It's come up from time to time. But recently, both Shannon and Luke kind of started the process by going out and looking at others' cities' strategic plans, which is something that cities do, and did find, that there are examples out there that are different than ours. Maybe some might be better, some might be worse. But there has been some thought into, maybe it's time to refresh the document. So we're thinking about that. That does take some work, and so if that's a thought, we would put that would make it into the city manager's work plan. You're going to get that'll come back to you, and if that doesn't become a high priority, then we'll put it off for another year. But if it does, we see that there could be some benefits by kind of taking a fresh look at how this is organized.
I was not aware that it happened. That was not a setup.
I just want to jump in. I'm laughing here because when I started in 2010, 2011, sometime in 2012, we had a consultant come in and we did a workshop on, and she said, you have way too many goals and strategic goals, and you have to refine it, And so we had like 14 or 20. Jaime, were you here?
Yeah,
then? Remember that? We were
I
at the
think there was
Bacara.
186 items to it, and so
It was
commonly
crazy.
became known as basically a to-do list. And it was really kind of in stark contrast to the concept of a strategic plan, where you have kind of these broad, overarching goals, so that you don't have to say the exact thing that you want. But I think there's been a tendency over time, for whatever reasons, to call things out specifically so that that thing actually does get done. And so, we're open to changing this, but this is something that we're trying to balance the broad goals with the specifics that council members in the past have asked staff to complete. So this is your document. We're happy to take whatever input you want reflected in it.
It just seems like over the years, it just keeps growing more and more.
No, we shrunk it down.
And in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, we did not have department work plans. That's a newer concept. And so to Jaime's point, those work plans are more of a task to-do list and should align with the strategic plan. But because we have those now, that concern that if we don't put it in the strategic plan, where's it going to live? We don't want it to get forgotten. I think that's not a problem as much anymore because we have the work plans. And so I think there is the ability to look at the strategic plan and think about how it could be a higher level, true strategy document. So we'll put more thought into that, and we'll bring it back just for a conversation piece when our work plan comes back.
So I did want to kind of bring in one item that I think would go under 9.4. So we've taken a significant step by getting to a place now where we have interpretation available for our meetings. And I think for the people that are here who come in person or want to come in person, I think that's wonderful. I think for me, the next thing, and perhaps this is something that gets captured as part of a language equity plan, but I think the next thing for me is how do we get to a place where someone who's a monolingual Spanish speaker could turn on Channel 19 and at least see the meeting rebroadcast in Spanish and at least have the ability. And we already have the staff here doing the interpretation for the meeting. It doesn't seem to me like it would be that much more of a stretch to have them basically be recording the meeting while they're here and being able to kind of facilitate that work for us. I'm not enough of an expert to say, oh, this would be easy and we could do it like by just doing these 2 or 3 things. But I do think that it would be a good goal for us to have a goal in the next couple of years for members of the public to be able to watch the meeting in Spanish and know what happened.
My suggestion would be not to add it to the strategic plan, but to ask Kelly to evaluate, investigate, something that, I mean, I would be happy to have her analyze it, but it seems really, for me, it seems like it would be something we could do without the strategic plan. I would support evaluating it, looking at it.
Yeah, and I've been kind of wrestling with, would that just become part of the language equity plan or not? So it, maybe it's already baked in. I'm just wondering, because it's something I've brought up and others have brought up, at different points over the years, and how do we get that? How do we get past the friction and get to implementation? It's about priorities. It's about us making it a priority. It's about us prioritizing it for staff. It's not, staff just hasn't done it yet kind of a thing. I'm wrestling with, is this the best way to try and make sure that becomes prioritized by calling it out specifically, or do we need to handle it a different way?
I mean, and I guess I think it's very specific, and it hasn't really been fleshed out or thought about to impose it on the strategic plan as something we're going to measure our success by before we've even evaluated or thought about it. To me, the process is these are broader things, and this is how we measure how well we're doing. But we don't know if this is expensive, simple, if it's going to reach a lot of people, if there are better ways to do it, maybe, and so I guess I would encourage us to pose it to Kelly, have her evaluate it and look at it and think about it and get back to us like a work item, as opposed to incorporating it in the strategic plan.
I hear that. It feels pretty fundamental to me. We have a very high population. You can just look at the census of people that are monolingual Spanish speakers.
Yeah, but they're not watching Channel 19.
That is not contested terrain. And I think it's a reasonable thing to say that we should have a goal of making it so that those folks could turn on the television or go to the website and watch a meeting.
You only get if you have Cox, you get Channel 19. Nobody else gets.
Or we could have it recorded and available on our website.
But that, I think you can get stuff translated, and if you have a YouTube video, you can get, YouTube will translate it for you. They have a process to do that. All I'm saying is I'm not opposing the idea. I'm just thinking that this isn't the right vehicle, that there's a different vehicle to do it. And you just were the one who said we should not have specific items. We should have broader level stuff.
I think I was very clear that I was wrestling with the question of whether or not it should be its own objective or if it would be part of the language equity plan. I think I was pretty clear about that. And I was asking is which is the best vehicle? And I put it as a discussion item before council, and we've had discussion.
Yes, we have.
And I think that's our job.
Okay.
Yep.
If anyone else wants to weigh in, that would be great, or we can move on.
I don't know if you wanted to add, but
I'm just wondering your suggestion to have Kelly, Ms. Hoover, it's so hard for me to, I'm so used to Kelly, do it, I mean, is that really?
Evaluate it.
Is that really her job to evaluate something for us like that? Or maybe I'm wrong. I mean, she just.
Well, ultimately, it would probably live in the city manager's office, and it would be the duty of whoever Jaime and I assign it to.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I just
give it to you.
I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing against the idea. I think it's worth exploring. I'm just saying that the process is on something as specific as this is first we explore it and not assume that this is something we're going to do. By putting it in the strategic plan and saying we're going to initiate this or pursue this, it's making the assumption that it's a fait accompli, that's our goal. And I don't know if it is or it isn't. I don't know what it costs, how simple it is. I don't know what Channel 19 policies are. I don't know any of that.
So you're looking for more information.
Yeah, so I'm not arguing against the idea. I think before we put in the strategic plan, we should just have facts.
Yeah. I mean, I think you and I have a fundamental disagreement. I think there's a goal, and it's a goal that is a realistic goal that needs to be accomplished. And I'm kind of trying to figure out what's the best way within the strategic plan matrix to accomplish that, whether it's through the language equity plan or something else. The DEI committee has not met in a while. We have not had an update on the language equity stuff in a while. Not taking shots at anybody, but because of that, it's not as fresh for me. Would that be the vehicle for which we would accomplish
That might be.
this tool or some other better tool? So this is why I brought it up for discussion. We've had the discussion. I think we should table it and move on, and we'll figure it out maybe
Yeah,
at the
I'm ready.
DEI committee.
I had two things, actually. Since first is I want to agree with Councilmember Smith as far as, clearly housing, affordability, community livability, all those things are obviously incredibly important to us, and we're committed to doing them already. So it's not like this is something that maybe we'll do, maybe we won't do. And it is essentially about as fundamental a responsibility as we can come up with. And we've already committed to try and maximize our affordable housing proportion of the new housing, to try and ensure as much as we can that the new housing that comes in is consistent with our livability goals. But we haven't stated those things yet as part of it. And so I think somewhere in probably somewhere in the twos, to recognize that this is something we're pursuing. And, I'm willing to let you guys work out the specific language, but it's, I mean, we're doing it already. So it's not like we may not do it. And we know our goal is how can we drive our new housing to produce as much housing that's going to be affordable. That is one of our missions. How can we make sure that it's not going to damage or undermine our goals for a livable Goleta?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Kazin and Councilmember Smith, yes, we heard the comments and that they were echoed, and we'll look to do that. But I would also encourage you just to take a look at the 5 or 6 objectives that are there.
Which one?
They're shown
in 2?
They're shown 4.71, 4.72, 4.73.
Do you think you have it already?
Maybe we don't. I just want to make sure,
Oh.
read the ones that are there.
there's anything
And
in-
we'll
Oh,
certainly, we
yeah, yeah,
heard,
yeah.
we'll watch the tape. We'll try to make sure we catch what you communicated just now and either change these or add something new. But I just wanted to make sure you
Oh, yeah.
saw the ones that were already there.
No, you're right. You do have some of these already, although, implement inclusionary housing. I think we can.
I
do
think
better
for
than
me, it was more of a question of maybe highlighting that more in terms of, is it a top goal or sort of ordering, just
Got it.
highlighting that
Yeah.
would agree.
Okay.
a bit more.
And I had one other thing, and actually to go to Councilmember Kiriako's not arguments, but goals of enhancing outreach and
Outreach and
engagement.
engagement.
And that is that so I'm approaching the same questions you raised, but with a different solution in a way. And to me, part of it is that a lot of households, it seems to me, your working hours, going to a city council meeting or sitting and watching Channel 19 or whatever it is, it's a burden. I know. It's a delight for most people to watch Channel 19 and see us, but some people, I don't know. But, and so what I've thought is that if there were some kind of neighborhood associations that we could encourage so that there's some, to help foster some organizations that would serve as kind of agents of people in the neighborhood or outreach agents, it might be able to enhance our ability to, get the messages across, get people involved, get people aware. You think of some of these housing things, and Yeah, I know. I'm just waiting for a lot of these until we've gotten, like, I can think of the units along Hollister. And so there's between, 650 and 1,000 between Pacific Oaks and the DOG area, depending on density bonus and all the rest. And we got, at the time, 2 comments from the public. We got a vanishingly small number. And I am just waiting for the day when they get built and people are going to say, what idiots approved this? And, after the fact. And it's just very hard often to get people to hear about the things that we're doing while we're doing it. And maybe some sort of neighborhood association or something like that, some intermediate might help.
Well, I'd like to jump in here on, we do have a public engagement commission. And I know I've spoken with city manager about the idea of asking them. Yeah. I've spoken with a few. They're waiting for us to tell them what to do, but why aren't we asking them what ideas they can come up with? And I think and it's a workshop, and I think that's going to be happening relatively soon, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it's next week.
Oh, wow. That I didn't know.
And actually,
that's great, but
yeah.
Let's see what they come up with.
Yeah, and actually, I don't know what, I was sort of going off on that tangent, but what I'm just proposing actually shouldn't be in the strategic plan. I want to be consistent with what I said to Councilmember Kiriakou, and that this should be referred, just as Mayor Perotti said, refer this idea, let that be one of the things that they bat around and think about. As well as probably, I think the idea of Councilmember Kiriakou is, would it be beneficial, helpful for them to broadcast on Channel 19 in Spanish? Have that be one of the items that they address.
I did get a message from our city clerk that the YouTube function that they're pursuing does have a Spanish translation feature. That's just one part, but I think there may be other things that could supplement the goals that Councilmember Kiriakou has about expanding access, but just there is that feature. So I guess that's positive.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so I know Councilmember Smith hasn't.
Oh, I just wanted to call out briefly, I feel like when there's a reference to AI, and if I was looking at that as an employee, I feel like that means like, oh, the council's gonna cut my job. So it is just as somebody who has been employed, and so I don't know if there's any language or other things that could be added, and but I just that's it's just such a fear that people have.
Most people, yeah, it's true.
Yes, and there's a lot of people losing jobs right now. So
Well,
I
if there
just
could be
call
a
that
trend.
out. It's an opportunity, but there's also a lot of fear around it. So,
Yeah.
for what it's worth.
I understand.
And-
Yeah, I agree.
Councilmember Smith, if I may add, and I think this is also part of the objective in order to develop policies so there isn't that fear, and to make sure that if it is being used, that it's used properly. So that because there is a lot of misinformation, and we don't have anything set now. So if any of my other colleagues want to add anything to that. But so I think that is why the objective was added, to hopefully help alleviate some of that and provide more clarity and direction to staff.
Yeah, I would just add to that. It's been a topic of conversation at a number of conferences in the last year. Very few jurisdictions actually have AI governing policies. So the ones that do kind of admit that people were using it. Let's make sure if it's going to be used, it's used appropriately, that there are some bounds. A lot of it has to do with security. A lot of it has to do with auto-generating content, and you don't want things to automatically kind of get out of hand on their own. So this position was more so proactive to address these concepts.
How do we know you're not a robot?
I would have given myself hair.
That's helpful clarification. It may just be an added word or two may help sort of articulate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Carriaco. Oh. Okay, so any more feedback? Nope.
And Mayor, I know we, council's gone through the strategic plan, and if maybe it's a good time to take public comment in case anyone else has
That'd be
additional
Thank you.
thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have any public that would like to speak to this?
I have no speaker slips. Any member within the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I do have Kenneth Knight. If you'll please unmute yourself, you will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. I'm a member of the Goleta Public Tree Advisory Commission, but since it's met only about 4 times in the last 2 years, I'm addressing you today as an individual. I'm a 41-year resident of the city of Goleta and a professional board-certified master arborist. Looking at the strategic objectives for the continued implementation of the Elwood Mesa Butterfly Management Plan, I've spent several hundreds of volunteer hours along with city staff and hundreds of other community members planting over 375 trees in support of this project. The Elwood Mesa project shows that when the city calls upon its residents to volunteer for trees in their neighborhoods, they will respond. But urban forestry in other areas of the city of Goleta has been neglected. Goleta received a $1 million Inflation Reduction Act grant to update the city's urban forest management plan and to plant about 1,000 trees, but the Trump administration is likely to delay that funding for years, if not eliminate it altogether. The federal government is not a dependable source of funding for our urban forest management improvements, and I suggest that the council include additional local priorities for trees in the city's strategic plan. And first, I was thinking that the council could establish a priority to update the 2017 urban forest management plan, but after rereading the plan, I realized it hasn't seen much action. A citywide tree program consistently falls into the lowest city priorities. It wasn't even mentioned in any of tonight's discussions. The 2011 Urban Forest Management Plan noted that it would take 24 years at the then current planting rates to fill all of then current vacant tree sites, thousands of them. The same language was repeated in the 2017 Urban Forest Management Plan. It is now 24 years since 2011. We could have had fully grown trees if we would have started back then, but we're still 24 years behind. I believe we need more than another plan. There are some small, low-cost steps to bring urban forest activity that we've seen at Elwood Shores to the rest of the city of Goleta. One very simple strategy is for the council to ask the staff to notify you of projects that impact on public trees in the city, and as part of the project, provide a means for mitigating that impact, and to do that while the project is still in the planning stages and not as an afterthought. Another strategy is to kickstart action on urban forestry projects is to allocate a small amount of funding, maybe $20,000, $30,000, to develop a citywide volunteer community foresters program to plant and help care for young trees. The city has a Beautify Goleta program that could be expanded to accommodate outreach to urban forestry, or it could be done as an extension of the city's contract with West Coast arborists. What is important is that the city make it a priority to plant trees now. You don't have to do everything at once. Let's help the staff care for trees with more community involvement. I don't know if I'm going to make it another 24 years.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
If, I guess, so if that.
Councilmember Smith, did you have something?
Oh, I wanted to follow up on that comment. I don't know if it's part of sort of, I guess, a process question, because there has been this question has come up about sort of how, as a council, we're utilizing the advisory commissions. to advise us. So in terms of, and so maybe it's for my own benefit, but in terms of the planning, is there an annual process where we're calling out for like the Public Engagement Commission or the Public Tree Advisory Commission on like, are we working with staff to say in this fiscal year, I don't know, we'd like the commissions to address X, Y, or Z items, or I guess I'm just not sure sort of how,
That's a good question. It really is. I don't know.
if we might be able to improve or enhance that process.
Mr. Nisbet?
Well, certainly, other council members can weigh in as well. I'm just trying to think of, in the 2.5 years I've been here, I don't think the council gives direct guidance through this strategic plan on items that are on the commission's agenda. Obviously, Planning Commission is defined a certain way, has legal requirements, but the other ones that come to mind, Park and Rec, Public Engagement, Tree Advisory, they are staffed in different departments, and they meet at the frequency that's in their bylaws. It's either as needed or quarterly, or maybe some are every other month. And the items that are put on their agenda come up through discussion with the advisory commissioners and with staff and so forth, and that's how it goes. That's all I know about it.
Yeah.
Anyone else wants to weigh in on that? Sure.
Councilmember Kayako?
Yeah, my recollection is the one commission where the council provided direct guidance was the Public Engagement Commission, but that was as a result of a settlement agreement.
I was just going to add on Mr. Nisbet's point that for the most part, the non-planning commissions and boards tends to meet on items that we think are going to go to council that we want to get some input for, but not necessarily for them to have their own work programs, their whole annual, like we just don't do that. Not to say it can't be done, but that's a lot of staff time to create that whole mechanism and then to use that as something to bring to council. So typically what happens if we think there's an item that is going to benefit from public input, like, for example, Stowe Grove Park, the renovation, that would be something we would take to the Parks and Rec Commission, but not every single project's going to go for an evaluation, for then input, for then a development of a budget, for prioritization, to then go to an annual presentation to council for I think we have like 12 boards and commissions and standing committees. So I don't know if that helps, but that's kind of been the practice that I've seen over the last 10 plus years.
And if I may add, I believe 2 years ago we did do an update to our Title II of our municipal code, which did update the amount of times that the commissions meet, the purpose, their scope. Some of it revised it and made it maybe more clear. That included the Public Engagement Commission. I think there are actually about 12 that are public members, community members that do sit on those. There are a couple very specific things that have to go to several commissions. Take Public Tree Advisory Commission, they do hear appeals. So there are certain things that they are tasked with that is existing within our municipal code that guides their work. So that might also be a place or where it's listed of what is within their scope, within their purview to review. Obviously, Planning Commission and Design Review Board have more specific duties and responsibilities, but that might help.
I think a good example might be the Historic Preservation Commission, right? Because likely it's going to help inform policy, right? And then, but would it have a kind of a work program like a department does? Not necessarily. At least I don't think it would. And maybe Mr. Imhoff can comment on that. But they're just kind of all different, I guess, is my point.
Smith?
Yeah, I mean, I just, I don't know if there's a way to sort of call out, again, sort of high level within this document, you know, about maybe it's under I don't know if it's sustainability, but just, I don't know, you know, incorporating urban forestry management in our processes, or you know, calling it out at sort of a high level.
And Ms. Buolna, if you know, I do believe an update of the urban forest management plan is in Public Works' work plan. I could be mistaken, but I do know, I've heard Mr. Thompson talk about the need to update that at some point, and it is true what the speaker said, that it has not risen to a priority yet.
All right. So the urban management plan update was included as part of the Green Latinos $1 million grant that we were awarded. But I would add that we just received word today that it's put on pause, all reimbursements for that grant, and it's in limbo. It was the USDA grant that was administered through the Green Latinos for the U.S. Forestry, and part of that program was to update our urban forest management plan.
That's too bad.
Sorry for the bad news.
Okay, do we have any more suggestions? I'm glad we're not adding a lot of more work efforts.
Are you good on strategic plan?
I think you captured what we,
It looks like staff has been trying to take notes in real time. Obviously, they're not getting the exact
Right.
wording, but back to the process slide or the schedule slide that was shown earlier, a final version of the strat plan would come back after all the work plans are done. And we'll certainly call out the exact items that came out of tonight's meeting. We'll show those on a slide when we come back for approval by the council, so you can see, oh yeah, I remember that came up at the meeting. So we'll do that, and
Okay.
we have our notes, I think.
okay? Does this require, this doesn't require a motion?
No.
Okay. Oh, Ms. Kern?
I guess I just wanted to remind council about the additional staff requesting direction about the transportation committee that was brought up before the item started, and I just hadn't heard any discussion about it, so wanted to make sure that if there was direction, that council provided it.
I guess you might want to have a transportation safety and circulation
Oh, that's
standing committee. I think that was, because otherwise transportation and circulation are sort of similar, so incorporate safety in there. And the idea, like our other committees, is essentially to provide both a forum for the public to hear about new issues, to weigh in on issues before they come to council, and to enhance our communication about this diversity of different things that are, whether it's bike and pedestrian, or, you know, bus stops, or you name it. That right now, some of these most important projects that we have, some of the projects that have garnered the most attention for in the city, there's no committee for it. We have a committee for urban trees, and we have multiple committees or commissions for, in the case of planning, from any project that's brought up has to go to Design Review Board, and it goes to Planning Commission, it might go to Historic Preservation. So there's multiple stops for any housing-related project, but for projects that we do on the roads and the other things, there's currently no such thing. And just as an opportunity for just, staff can get public reaction on things before it goes to council, I think it would be helpful.
Would it be like a standing committee with
Well, I think-
council member? I mean, they would
Yeah.
come back with some suggestions. Staff would come back to us.
They can come back with some suggestions.
But your-
I understand.
Your overall vision is what you just shared.
Yeah, and I understand that it's a lot more of a burden for staff if it's a commission kind of environment as opposed to a committee environment. A standing committee, which with council members is a lot easier. And so that's fine. I'm not trying to encourage something that's going to be a burden as much as just to have something where we have a discussion point. So if that's better for staff, for Public Works, and I assume it is, then I'm okay.
Would that be something, and I know we discussed it briefly with our city manager, would that be where our mobility coordinator, is that what the title of the person that we have that's looking at bike and ped, and would that person be engaged in this process?
Certainly, as I understand how Councilmember Kasdan explained the idea, and then, of course, the name, Transportation, Safety, and Circulation Standing Committee, that topic would certainly fall under that umbrella. So anything related to transportation, safety, transportation, circulation, bike, ped, would fall under that committee. So if items came up that were related to mobility and alternative forms of transportation, the way I understand the description, they would fall under that committee, yeah.
Okay. Is that a motion needed for that, right?
I have some concerns about the proposal.
Okay.
I guess my concern is that it would be duplicative of efforts. We have council members participating, right, like MTD board, other regional boards that touch on transportation and other items, and so I don't have a sense of how that would be integrated. And then it also strikes me that we have a good number of committees already.
I think this one had, it came to us a while ago, and it's been over the years that we've talked about it, but never, I think at the time we were looking at, I think the city of Santa Barbara and what they were doing. I maybe even just looking to see what other cities, if they have such a committee, might be helpful as well. But I know that this is something. What I liked about it was the local public engagement. I sit on the MTD board. It's alternative transportation, but it doesn't. I don't hear that much from local residents. Well, we will now, what they're talking about raising the fee, so I think we'll hear about it more. But so I think if I'm hearing you correctly, and then I sit on SBCAG, and they do a lot, but I don't know how their focus is. I mean, they're spread countywide. That's my only thought. Councilmember Kiriakou?
Yeah, so I'm just kind of processing this idea here in real time. One of my mentors, Roger Horton, was a founding member of the City of Santa Barbara Transportation and Circulation Committee. And that was a citizen group that had a council liaison, much like the Airport Commission has a council liaison. And they, keep in mind, Santa Barbara's been around a very, very, very long time, but circulation elements have not been around forever. They're a more recent invention for general plans. And so Santa Barbara wanted to have a group of citizens that were kind of like looking to make sure alternative transportation didn't get lost in the bureaucracy as they saw it at the time of the city. I would need more information before I would want to commit to something like that here for a couple of reasons. One, if it were a council committee, that would be in some ways the easiest way to manage it, but in other ways, I think Councilmember Smith kind of touched on this to a certain extent, but it also creates complications. Would the membership automatically be the MTD representative and the SBCAG representative? Because, hear me out, you start getting into Brown Act issues. If a project is being discussed that is being considered for funding at SBCAG, and then it's going to go to a council subcommittee, well, what if the SBCAG representative is not on that subcommittee? What if the MTD board person is being, is involved in it, and there's an MTD transit aspect to the project? Maybe it's like giving free bus fares to every resident to try and encourage transportation. I'm just making that up, but okay, but then that would probably want to come to this committee because that relates to circulation, right? But what if the MTD person isn't on the committee? So it doesn't mean those things can't be worked out. It's just those are the kinds of things that give me pause, and I think they were giving perhaps maybe giving other people pause. The other thing is I just kind of want to make sure that this has the desired effect. If it's a council committee, then basically you're having like capital improvement projects, for example, the CIP. So then you would have a bunch of staff work going into presenting to the committee, but then it would also be coming to all council for CIP. Then it would come back for budget. I don't know. I guess I just need more information on what would be the utility. I understand the notion of we have committees that work on some things, but then we don't have one that's just on circulation. And I get on a fundamental level, I get why there's potentially some value added to that. I do think we need to be looking at circulation more holistically. In fact, I think I've even talked about creating a committee at some point at a council meeting. Something similar to this early on when I was here. I guess I just need more information. I'm not sold yet. I would need to know more details. That doesn't mean staff couldn't go and look into what those details are and come back to us. But I'm hesitant to just, to use the verbiage earlier. If we're going to have this as a report card of did we do this in the next 2 years, I don't know if I'm ready to be graded on that. I guess that's where I'm at. I really appreciate the notion.
Do you know if there is a citizens group out there already that
Not in our city.
that we could be a part of? I'm not volunteering myself for any more committees right now, but I don't know.
I mean, I hear what you're saying as far as whether it should be in the strategic plan per se, and I think it's, so first, I don't think, like, we have a planning commission and we have people participate in the planning commission, and that's regardless of the fact that there is a regional effort to do planning for housing and so forth. There's not a conflict. There's not going to be some conflict in us talking about, whether it's bike paths or a road, Project Connect or something. The fact that we're able to talk about our road projects irrespective of the fact that SBCAG is out there or MTD is out there. They're separate animals. It's fundamentally never been a problem for us to talk about these things. So I really don't think that's a major concern. But I'm happy to say, let's send this to staff to regardless of the strategic plan, have staff come up with an analysis of how it would work and what are the trade-offs. That's what we did with Human Services. They looked at it and presented a report. And to go to like you said, whether it's a commission or whether it's sort of like Santa Barbara, I think they have 2 members of the public on, or something like that. They have council members and members of the public. No? Okay.
They have a council liaison.
All right.
That
But anyway.
doesn't-
Santa Barbara is a 7-member citizen.
Citizen, okay. But to send it to staff to analyze, that's fine.
I'm not quite
Okay.
sure what staff is really analyzing.
The alternatives.
I'm
What they
confused.
want to, they could look at how it would work, whether there's a conflict or not, whether there's, you know, I forgot what was the other, I'm getting tired. What was the thing you raised? I can't even remember.
I guess
Just losing it.
I guess here's my fundamental question. What is it about our current way of doing things, our current state, that would be changed in a future state with a committee, whether it's citizen or council? What would be different in the future state that would lead to better, more thought out transportation projects and better circulation? I think that's kind of the fundamental question. for
Well,
me.
think of why we have committees in a lot of different things: homelessness, human services, economic development. We do that to provide an opportunity for council and the public who attend those meetings, finance, not to leave finance out, to allow the public to both participate and to allow for a more informal discussion of things that come up, allow for kind of a way station for these issues to be addressed that's not on the dais, where things become much more challenging, often kind of, I don't know if it's a fait accompli, but it's not as open. If there's an area where it would be helpful to have additional information before something goes to council, that's an opportunity to do it. If the public wants to provide sort of a response to something, it gives an opportunity before it's on council's agenda. So I think just as a, I don't know, to me it makes sense. We do it for small things. We should do it for big things.
I think what I'm struggling with is the fact that I know that our staff is on overload. They're really working hard, and there's a lot going on. And I'm not so sure, I like the idea, but I'm not sure it's really a top priority for me right now with the sheer volume of work that they're up to dealing with. And you're asking them to do something else. And then it might come back to the full council and we say no.
Well, that's always the case. But the point is whether you want to have an opportunity for us to participate in the decision, whether you want us and the public to be part of the process. If you want to just reduce the workload, it's easy to do that. Let them do what they want without us barging in. But if we want to be part of the process and we want the public to be part of the process, there are steps along the way. There's a process.
I don't feel especially removed from the process of approving and reviewing and analyzing and critiquing transportation projects. Just, we have other committees, so we should have one for this. To me, is not answering the fundamental question, which is what it would be different in the future state that would lead to better outcomes for the public. That's the question. I appreciated your answer. I'm not convinced, but I appreciated the response. I'm just not there yet.
So what does that mean? Does that mean that staff should be producing an analysis, or that means, no, we shouldn't do it, aside from your appreciation? What is it that you're saying?
I'm saying I'm not sold. I'm not yet buying what you are selling. And I'm asking for a different argument, or a better argument, or a different argument.
And I think I said.
I'm sorry, it's after 10, and maybe I could have been more delicate.
I'm worried. You know, we just keep asking for more and more and more. And this will, even if we do a committee, get a committee together, it is staff time. They have to come up with the agenda and noticing, and if it's a standing committee, if it's an ad hoc committee, that's one thing. They don't have to notice it. I mean, that's I think the idea is good, but I think the timing is wrong. Okay, all right. Do you have your direction? We'll be fine tuning this and, okay. Thank you. Thank you for all your work, both of you, on this. Okay, moving on to, I think we have some committees. Oh, public safety. That would be myself and Luz Reyes-Martin. And it was on the agenda tonight. It was just scheduling Deltopia and talking about the time for the parking permits and how that's all going to play out and work. So it was very brief. It was a very quick meeting, and it was on your agenda this evening. Okay, do we have a report? No report, Mr. Rosen. Okay. Then I think we're adjourned.